Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. 13 Sentinels continues today, and let's see if we can get to a point where we can actually get a better understanding and a better grasp on what the hell exactly is happening in this game, right? I've already found out, quite a lot. Man, I actually really, really like this menu music, by the way. Um, yeah, I mean, a lot of story threads have started to appear, a lot of things that we know about, but how this all sort of is put together at the end is still, I wouldn't necessarily say a mystery, but there are certainly so many different possibilities that it's very, very hard to tell what might be the actual end, or not even end, but really the base idea of the story. Also, starting this up, last time we unlocked quite a few additional stories and additional characters. Obviously, they're all characters that we already knew about, that appeared throughout the other character stories, but we weren't able to follow their specific story yet. But now we actually can. And last time, let me actually go back. Last time we did, well, a lot, but what was the last time that, or the last thing that I did? We followed Megumi's story, I'm pretty sure, yeah. She recalled the day she entered a contract with Fluffy, even though it was all for Juro Kurabe. She's distressed by the fact that she pointed a gun at a friend. So that was pretty much where we left off, I think. I tried to play the story as far as possible until I got locked out of it. So we did Amiguchi's thing, and Megumi is very, very interesting in that there is a cat involved, right? It's she calls it Fluffy. I really have no idea how that fits into all of this. Like whether or not it's some cloned being from the future, or maybe an actually mechanical cat and somebody has, I don't know, inserted their brain into it. No idea what's going on, but she seems to be more or less in love with Juro Izumi, which apparently was the, I guess, former personality of Juro Kurabe, until he apparently decided to, I guess you could call it, manipulate this entire project. There seems to have been some sort of falling out between him and Eri, or later on in her later years in life, called Ms. Muramura. And he actually seemed to have killed multiple of these characters in a future timeline. But he also defended the city in a Sentinel all by himself for like 2 hours in another timeline, and because of that his brain got damaged and they gave him like an alternate personality. I don't know if those two timelines are sort of intertwined with each other. That we don't really know yet, but now his personality seems to have changed somewhat. He seems to be, well, not necessarily a different person, but he definitely doesn't remember a lot of the stuff from his former self, whereas Megumi liked him, and she still likes him, and kind of wants to get him back, and somehow this cat is involved with that. The cat seems to be able to manipulate memories as well. We do know from like past scenes that they have, well, medicine or pills, two different versions. One that can give you your memories back from when you travel through time or back through time, and one that can more or less suppress them, or even completely. I don't think you're actually completely able to delete these memories. It's, at least so far, what's been explained, it seems to me that you can suppress memories, but they'll still be there. They might sometimes appear as dreams, or they might not appear at all, but they're definitely not completely gone. So I guess there's always a bit of a possible threat, or depending on the person, obviously, depending on what you want, there's definitely a chance that they might reappear and resurface in your mind. And in order to fulfill the contract of Fluffy the cat, Megumi, and getting her Juro Izumi back, she needs to fire a gun at certain people that we also know can control Sentinels. And at first, I think I thought that the gun was manipulating their memories as well, but later on, it seemed as if the gun was somehow there to force them into the Sentinels. I'm not quite sure if that's right, because a few of the characters seem to be, I don't know, quite positive in terms of getting into the Sentinels. So, especially, let me double check his name. Keitaro Miura, right? Because he is from the timeline from World War II. He's pretty patriotic about Japan and wanted to defend Japan in the Sentinel. So I don't really get why he would have to be forced into a Sentinel. But apparently, as far as we now know, that's what the gun was for. But as I said, it could also be something completely different. Anyway, that's where we left off. Through all of these different story threads that we saw with Megumi, though, a few new characters' stories have appeared. Characters, as I said, that we already met, but now we can also play through their story. Namely, Goto, we can take a look at later. Ninji, Yuki, and Ryoko. I think those are the four whose stories appeared that we could also follow. But since I left off with Megumi last time, I think we're going to continue her story until we can't anymore. Let's take a double look at the chart. Yeah. Well, that's what we did last time. Let's just go back in. See what this is all about.
I'm home. Oh.
Drawers asleep. One other thing, right? I just now realized with sort of recounting the story, it's actually quite difficult. I mean, obviously the game is presenting the scenes not in order, right? Which is what makes it interesting, but when you try to recap the story so far, I think that's actually very, very difficult. You can recap individual character stories, but we've seen so many different scenes throughout so many different timelines that seem to be, well, obviously not random, but certainly very, very difficult to place in terms of what the characters know at that particular point and how the characters got there as well, right? That is actually the hardest thing to tell, which I think in a way is very interesting because, well, I mean, if you've seen Inception, for example, the movie, right? One of the sort of big things that they establish in that movie, which I guess is kind of true, is that you never know where you came from when you enter a dream, right? Dreams just start up. You don't really remember how you got there into your dream. Which I kind of find is a very interesting parallel because that it feels to me as if a lot of these scenes work the same way. right? Which is interesting because they, the characters in this game, also view them as sort of dreams, right? Obviously, we now know that they're actual memories that have just been repressed somehow, or may also have been lost because they traveled through time, or because they stayed too long in the Sentinel. But it's an interesting parallel in terms of being sort of the same principle that they, or that we as the audience, so to speak, have a very hard time telling how these scenes sort of come together, right? At this point in time, at least for certain characters, at least for the timeline of 1984-85, a lot more has been established, right? And we've gotten actual sort of whole days progressing back to back. But especially with the future scenes, it's very, very hard to place sort of what timeline they're from and how these characters just got there, and also what do they know in those particular scenes, right? What kind of other time did they come from in that particular moment? So I'm really, really interested in seeing how that all will fit together at the very end. But let's continue Megami and let's see what happened here. Is
Jiro,
this...
are you sleeping?
Has she fulfilled her contract?
Yakushiji?
Sorry. Did I wake you?
Also, last time we saw there were definitely some... what can you call it? Like... Juro had a little bit of a problem with Megumi staying here. As I said, obviously he's kind of a different person now. And Megumi was making dinner for him the whole time. And he actually didn't really appreciate that. Like, he didn't really want that. And so it felt like they were sort of establishing that his sort of new personality is very on the fence about her, right? Which I'm interested to see whether or not that leads to some problems here down the line. Where maybe at some point Megumi realizes, oh wait, this is actually not my Juro anymore, right? This is a different person and I'm not getting him back. And what that might mean for her motivations, right? But let's see if that actually happens.
That dream. The woman at Sumire Bridge. It was Fuyusaka-san.
What?
Oh no. You heard me?
Yeah, you're standing right next to her.
Fuyusaka-san is in your class, right?
This has nothing to do with you.
Was he dreaming? Or remembering? And why about her?
What a nice evening.
Oh, hello.
Fluffy.
So, let me get this straight. The dream that he was referring to was something that I think last time we saw him remember. And that was from the timeline, I think, where he basically went rogue and killed the other students, or some of them. And Fuyusaka/Morimura found him in like 2109 or something. Definitely quite late in terms of the year, and she kind of killed him, right? Because he did that? Iori Fuyusaka.
What does Juro's dream mean?
What are you talking about?
The one about Iori Fuyusaka. Why is he dreaming about her?
Don't ask me. I had nothing to do with it. Seems like he dreamt it on his own.
Oh.
He is a boy, and right at that special age. No surprise he dreams about the girl he's into.
That's not true.
That was a mean comment,
Could that
Fluffy.
really be true? Does Juro have feelings for that girl?
You know what that means. You're in the past now, right? Well, maybe this, Juro.
Enough.
How about I give you an order that'll change that? Iori Fuyusaka's a witch.
So she's one too.
Indeed. Time to shoot and drag her onto the battlefield.
Man, this is all still so... I know that I basically left off last time by being completely... Well, confused is the wrong word, right? It's not that the game confuses you, it's just... It feels like you're sort of trying to split your brain into like 10 different parallel processes, right? All following different story threads and ideas and possible motivations, and trying to find a meaning behind all of this, right? So, okay, we're trying to shoot Iori Fuyusaka, which I suspect, I mean, as Fluffy just said, just means that she'll be forced to fight in her Sentinel, I guess. What I found really interesting in that particular scene is Fluffy, even though he's definitely a very sort of central character, at least to Megumi's story here, he's definitely not all-knowing, right? I don't know. I mean, obviously you could pretend that he doesn't know, but it felt to me that he actually doesn't know about that future where Morimura and Juro meet again on that bridge. That particular scene he probably doesn't know about. At least I think he doesn't.
Fluffy?
What's going on?
Is this your idea of a joke?
He doesn't really want to talk, I guess.
What are you doing?
Well, now he's gone. Can we just enter the school, or... No, I thought we were meant to enter the school, or are we meant to talk with him again? That is definitely something that I mentioned last time. Sometimes it's a bit weird to try and figure out what the game actually wants from us. See, now he's sitting here.
How did you get here?
Oh. So that's another thing that came up last time. Only in one scene, I think, but I wonder... It sometimes looked as if Fluffy was sort of switching with another version of himself, right? As if he went off to travel through time right there, and then he came back, and that's why he's suddenly at a different place, right? I don't know if that's what's supposed to have happened here, but definitely an interesting thing. This is the second time now that they've drawn attention to it, that he's suddenly somewhere completely different.
Are you trying to mess with me?
What? What's up with you? Is this about the other night?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I knew you were being annoying. Maybe I need a break.
Also, wait, that's Miracle, right? The girl that just ran past. I have a feeling she always notices Megumi talking to Fluffy. And I don't know if she suspects anything, or maybe even knows something.
You'll feel better after you shoot Fuyusaka. You know you want to.
I'm only doing it because she's a witch.
They say jealousy is flattering, but lying about it is just sad.
Let's enter the school then. Also, another thing that I've definitely noticed, or that I thought was quite odd, especially in the earlier scenes, sometimes it felt as if, oh, they are already talking. Ah, shit. But what I wanted to say is sometimes it feels kind of amateurish what the characters are doing sometimes, right? Which was another thing that I found strange. It definitely makes sense in regard to the fact that they all can't even really remember, right? The whole Sentinel robot fight and everything, they always think that that's a dream. But we also have this interesting part about popular movies and novels and whatnot, basically talking about real-world events that might happen in the future or might have already happened in the future, right? Depending on how you look at these time loops and everything. Which, seeing as how sort of almost openly they do certain things, a lot of the characters just don't seem to be too concerned about just sort of having something like time travel be quite out in the open. I mean, a lot of stuff is still done sort of quote unquote in secret, but there's never really any precaution that these characters take in order for other people not to notice what they're doing. And I wonder why that is. Like her, for example, right? She fairly openly just talks to Fluffy in front of the school, right? Instead of, I don't know, in like a storage shed somewhere. Just makes me think that, well, I don't know, maybe the future threat of the robot attack is so important for them to deal with that they don't really care if somebody in the past knows about it. I don't know, it's just quite a strange setup because we deal with a lot of, I mean, the Sentinels in and of themselves seem to be a pretty big sort of military government secret, and yet they sometimes just sort of summon them. I mean, I guess that's also related to the war sort of being very close to starting, but yeah, it's a strange setup sometimes, and I feel like there's a reason for that, but I can't quite make out what it is.
We were just talking about Nanji-kun. You remember, right? She said she wasn't interested, but it totally seemed like she was.
So they're talking about boys.
Yeah, there's that.
Come on, Miwa-chan. You're always looking for romance.
You said the same thing about me and Kurabe-kun. I know, but still. I'm definitely right this time.
Usami-chan? Really? I just don't see it.
We were just talking about Nanji-kun. You
Yuri
remember, right?
Fuyusaka.
She said she wasn't interested, but it totally seemed
Yeah,
like
so
she
how are we
was.
gonna do this?
So, yeah, there's that.
Also, by the way, Megumi, in terms of like shooting her gun, has the same kind of energy that I was just talking about, right? That she, a lot of the times she shot these people was in situations where
I just don't see it.
you know,
We were just
she really
talking about
was at a
You remember, right?
pretty big risk of being found out about what she was doing, or at least, well, not obviously not being found out about what she was actually doing, but I mean, she is pointing a gun-looking thing at people, and after she shoots it, those people she targets, at least for a brief moment, are sort of, you know, look like they're not alright, so...
Don't see it.
We were just talking about Nanji-kun. You remember, right? She said she wasn't interested.
Do you have a second? Oh, you're in Natchan's class, right? Yes. I'm Yakushiji. Could I talk to you? Just the two of us? Huh? Well, sure. I don't mind. How about on the roof? Is that okay? Alright then. See you later, Miwa-chan.
Okay.
So what is it? Oh, it's a little hard to talk about here.
Oh, we're just meant to... Ah, yeah, she's following us. Wasn't quite sure.
Is he looking for me? This isn't good.
Ah, right. He was the one that... So, Natsuno... We were meant to shoot her too, right? Or Megami was. And we did that in the cafeteria, but this guy... Is that... Shit, I still don't know his name, I think. But he saw that, right? He saw Natsuno being, like, weak for a second. And he was speculating that
Oh, hey, Nenji-kun.
had something to do with her. Right, Nenji was his name.
Who's that?
Yakushiji-san. She's from 1C.
Is that right?
Can't let that happen.
And
Actually, not the roof. Let's go that way.
And what is also interesting is that no other character has done that so far. It's always just Megumi who sort of thinks about certain things, and then, you know, she sort of in her head says, oh no, I can't do that.
Say your best friend hated your boyfriend. What would you do?
Like, do you need your friend's approval?
Yeah. Do you choose love or friendship?
Wow, that's deep. The ultimate
That's
dilemma.
deep.
Totally. I still want a boyfriend, though.
I don't know. How good of a friend are they, really, if they're not okay with... Well, I guess it sort of depends. That's a situation that can obviously come up, but it's also one that's... I don't know, should be like a red flag in terms of probably somebody having to think about what they're doing. I don't know. I don't know if the girls' bathroom necessarily is the best place to do this, though, since, I mean, couldn't somebody come in any time? Like...
So, what did you want to talk about? Juro is mine. How dare you try to take him away from me? No, that's not why I'm doing this. This is... for him.
Yeah, technically this is for you, not for him. Though in a weird way, considering that her future self at some point shoots him, I guess it might also be for him. Yeah.
This is for Juro. Kurabe-kun? But... is it really? Who
No,
is
it's...
this for?
Yeah, Fluffy. I don't know.
This is for me. Yakushiji-san? Even so.
Yuri-chan! Are you okay?
Huh? Miwa-chan? Why am I... How did I get here?
Yeah, I mean, this is really not going that great for Megumi, right? I mean, at some point, the entire school or everybody will know that she is at least involved with whatever weird things are happening here. I don't really know.
What did you do to Yuri-chan?
Miwa-chan?
This girl's been acting strange, Yuri-chan. I saw her just this morning in front of the school. She was talking to the gate, like it could talk back or something.
Wait, what?
To the... gate? You mean you couldn't see Fluffy?
Oh my god, she even named it!
Yeah, sure, she named the gate Fluffy. Wait, okay, so... that was something that was being hinted at last time as well, but I kind of dismissed it because... Huh. Okay, what could this mean? So, the thing is, last time I think I said that it might also be that Fluffy is a construct of her mind. Not necessarily just an imagination, though. I wonder if Fluffy the cat is somehow either by her future self or by somebody else was maybe sort of implanted in her memories. I don't know if that's a thing that they can do, because that kind of thing hasn't really been established. That, I mean, so far we've seen that people can forget things or can, their memory can be suppressed, or they can sort of remember stuff, but that they would sort of have memories or things in their mind that aren't actually there is definitely something new. And so last time I was thinking about the possibility of Fluffy just being sort of a construct of her mind, but we also had scenes where Iori with Miwako and what's the other girl's name with the red glasses? Is that Usami? I think that's her last name, right? God, this first name, last name thing is also tripping me up sometimes. But the three girls were talking about what to eat and whatnot, right? And we saw the cat on that intersection they were standing at, right? And they even commented on it being there. So clearly other characters have already seen the cat. Well, now, that doesn't mean that that's the talking cat Fluffy, right? It could be that somehow this cat was being used as a sort of mind construct for Megumi here. I don't really know how that would work, though. But if Fluffy actually isn't real and it's just sort of an ideal construct of her mind, now we have other problems, right? Has somebody planted that into her mind because somebody wants her to do these things? That would kind of be probably the most logical conclusion at first, right? Considering what we will now know or don't know about the Sentinels, about the whole Sentinel program, about this company that seems to be behind it, and what they might want these characters to do, I can very clearly see that there might be somebody who, through, using Megumi somehow, they want to achieve their goals of I don't know, forcing these kids into their Sentinels or something. But clearly she also has her own motives for doing this, right? Namely Juro. So it could also be that it's actually not that, and it's actually just she herself who came up with a weird mind construct to convince herself that this is the right thing to do. That would work, except for the fact that she has the gun, and the gun is not for killing people. Maybe it does just alter their memories, but I mean, clearly there's going on more with the gun itself, right? So that's why I'm sort of thinking that it's not just herself acting this way. I think there's somebody else sort of behind that, trying to manipulate her. Or it could also very well be that Fluffy is actually real, but can make himself invisible to other people, or something like that. I don't really know, right? There's so many different possibilities. Okay, let's see if we get something new here. Megumi Yakushiji comes from the... This is also a thing, right? So this says Megumi Yakushiji comes from the future, the destroyed world of 2025. What exactly does that mean? Does that mean that she was basically born in... Like what? She's like 17 probably, so she might have been born in like 2008. But at that point, the world wasn't destroyed yet. The attack of the kaiju, I guess in her timeline, happened in 2025, and then she was brought back to 1885 for some reason. Though I guess the original Juro Kurabe / Izumi was also from that exact timeline. I think that's where he fought in his Sentinel, right? And ultimately lost his memories because of that. He hopes to bring back Juro Kurabe's past memories. Okay. The new stuff. Yakushiji enters a contract with Fluffy and uses the magical gun to shoot Renya Goto, Keitaro Miura, Shu Amiguchi, Tomi Kisaragi, Tomi? That's the girl with the red glasses, right? Kisaragi. Iori Fuyusaka. I mean, that's still technically only 5 people. I mean, I guess her story still continues, but what about the other Sentinel pilots? And now they write Yakushiji is the only one who's able to see Fluffy. But as I said, we've seen other scenes, but I guess that was just sort of a fake out, but there's definitely more to that, right? She's the only one who's able to see the version of Fluffy that is giving her orders, apparently, but the cat itself seems to be real? Fluffy. Mysterious talking cat who offers Megumi Yakushiji deal, enters a contract with Yakushiji promising he'll grant her wish of saving Juro Kurabe if she carries out a dangerous mission. Though he looks like the cat seen around Sakura High, they're 2 completely different animals. Only Yakushiji is able to see him. They state that so matter-of-factly, right? I wonder, can we even trust these mystery files? Or are they purposely omitting a couple of facts here? But yeah, I mean, at this point in time, this is definitely the most logical conclusion, right? There is a normal cat that always hangs around the school, and somehow Yakushiji, I don't know, convinced herself, or was convinced, or was manipulated into seeing a different version of Fluffy. Oh! Wait a second, so, right. Well, now I feel kind of dumb. So I guess that's what was what they were establishing there in that first scene, in front of the school, right? She basically saw the actual Fluffy, like the real cat, ran after him. That cat ran off, and then Fluffy, her possibly imagined cat, was there. That is why they were at two different places, because they were, in fact, different cats from her perspective. And she just didn't realize. So I guess this is true then, right? I guess we can trust these mystery files to that degree. Obviously it doesn't explain anything about why that happens, but... The thing is, yet again, that's a very sort of weird setup, because well, now I'm thinking, well, if there is a person or entity or something that is trying to manipulate Megami through this cat, wouldn't you risk her realizing that she's being manipulated by possibly suddenly seeing the mind version of Fluffy and the actual version of Fluffy at the same time? Like, how do you prevent that? Or, alternatively, what could also have happened is that maybe somebody is using the real cat as sort of a trigger for her mind manipulation. So every time she sees the real cat, you know, a couple minutes later, she will talk to the fake one in her mind. But I don't think we've, like, especially with the scenes in Juro's house, I don't think we've seen the real, quote-unquote, Fluffy anywhere. So I don't think that's it. So maybe it is just herself, sort of manipulating herself? Oh, unlock condition. Complete Juro Korabe event. Okay, sure. Alright, so I guess we're once again locked out of all of the characters that I've played so far, right? So I think... yes. That means I'll start with a new story. Let's see what Renya Goto is about. So he seems to be sort of the oldest of the bunch. So far we've seen him mostly almost acting as if he was kind of a commander of the whole Sentinel force. Something like that. So let's see what he's about. The story of Renya Goto.
What do you think you're doing, Goto-kun? I believe I told you using the gate is prohibited.
What's definitely really interesting about him is he seems to know a lot. So, is he maybe the one who's like initiating all of this?
Tell me, Miss Morimura, is history one of your better subjects? I have some theories myself. I'd like to know if they're accurate. For example, the true location of the lost nation of Yamatai-koku.
What?
And the truth behind the Hanoji incident. How Oda Nobunaga really died. Unfortunately, my paper in middle school was bound to the failures of our historians. In theory, I could update it into a full report. In theory, at least. A shame that the gates are locked to specific points in time.
What are you really working towards?
It's simple. I want to know the truth.
Yeah, me too. Wow. Sometimes, oh my god. So sometimes you have scenes that are sort of seemingly, you know, don't really go anywhere. kind of hard to grasp what they're even about. And then you have stuff like this, where they sort of do these knowledge drops all at the same time, right? I mean, I don't even know if it really was. Was that the things that he was just talking about? Are those like real life Japanese history events, or is that something to do with this game? It almost seemed as if it was like maybe not real Japanese history, but Japanese history in this game. Possibly suggesting that maybe events that have happened in our real life seem to have been sort of the result of somebody meddling with time in this universe. So at least now we know, which was kind of obvious, but now we do know, these time gates that allow them to travel through time, they can only be activated in certain years, and apparently also can only bring you to certain years. Which now makes me wonder, did somebody specifically lock them to these times, or is there some technical reason why they can't go to other points in time? Like, is the construction of these time gates forcing them to choose these specific times, or did somebody build them like this on purpose, and they could theoretically be built to get you anywhere in time? And why would they do that?
Are you all right? This isn't like you.
That implies an understanding of what is like me. Or at least, that you believe you understand me.
That's not the point. You need to stop using the gate. I'm going to seal this place off.
But, like, why?
Sounds like you've got something to hide.
I don't know what you're...
Wait. Perhaps a personal notebook seems a bit archaic, but it does present certain advantages. Digitized data can be altered, fabricated, falsified. No intelligent person should trust it. But you already know that, don't you?
I feel like we've seen that notebook somewhere before. Or at least potentially parts of it. I can't really remember right now. I mean, there was that scene with Ace Sekigahara waking up next to a dead Morimura, right? And I think he had like a page. He had this page with the code on it. But I don't think it was made clear whether or not it might have been from a notebook. So, wait, is that his notebook, though? So, I guess we now know that Goto or Renya. I really need to establish whether or not I call these characters. But then sometimes the game calls them by first name, sometimes they call them by last name. I mean, obviously it makes sense in the context of, the scenes and everything, but it's making it even harder to follow all these different characters. But so is Renya taking a notebook for himself then, I guess? His comment about digital data not being trustworthy, well, first of all, that's definitely true, and I think that's that's something that a lot of people should be frequently reminded of in our age, right, in our current today's time. But I think in this particular world, I don't know if you can even really trust a written notebook. I guess it depends on how they're actually being moved through time, but if these time gates are somehow a digital construct in and of themselves, wouldn't... I imagine them, at least, obviously, we haven't heard anything so far about how these time gates are constructed, or who constructed them, why they even exist in the first place. Those are all secrets that we still don't know about. But, just in theory, you'd think that I mean, even if you think about how something like teleportation might actually work in the real world in, like, let's say 500 years in the future, right? The way to do that, in theory, would be to basically make a complete digital copy of somebody and then just more or less reproduce that exact sort of atomic structure in another place, right? So you would be sort of copied over, your entire atomic structure would be copied over to another place. Which has all kinds of other implications, right? Is that truly still yourself? And because that would mean that at a certain point in time, two versions of the same you would have existed somewhere. Anyway, let's not get into that. But what I'm trying to say here is that if that is a digital process, and I'd imagine it would be, right? Obviously, no human could ever do that by themselves. So if we talk about a possible future in our real world where something like teleportation would be possible, it would certainly be possible through some sort of computer analyzing your atomic structure and recreating that same structure somewhere else, right? I mean, that's, at least in my mind, actually quite a logical sort of setup for teleportation, right? But it would still be a digital process, right? So it'll also, at least in theory, be subject to the same problems and possibly could also be manipulated, right? Through altering the data. I mean, actually, that sounds quite scary now that I think about it, right? If we're thinking about how the internet works today, if your molecule structure would be copied and then sent through the internet, wow, there are a lot of points where you could access that, right, and possibly alter the data if you really, really tried. I don't know how safe something like that would truly, really be if your life sort of depended on it, right, and your actual body structure and everything. What I'm just trying to say here is, in a very complicated way, couldn't his notebook, when he's traveling through time, theoretically also be manipulated by somebody who might know something about these time gates that he doesn't know? And maybe I'm trying to figure something out that has nothing to do with the game's plot, but
You are acting strange, after all.
I hardly think you're in a position to talk. If anyone's changed, it's you. I can only wonder why.
What are you?
Miss Morimura, my question is, who exactly are you?
Morimura shortly after meeting.
So, did the scout unit have anything for us?
Well, the surface is a total loss. The automated factories are all running at full capacity.
They're mass-producing kaiju.
Another thing that we sort of already knew about, but it's interesting seeing it confirmed here. The kaiju are obviously not some alien force. They've been developed by these guys, apparently. Whatever that company is called. It just, it was just in the lower left side of the screen. But so far the game has made us believe that the Sentinels are the thing that have been mass-produced in automated factories. So now what about the Sentinels? I mean, considering that there is only like a handful of them, or I guess 3 handfuls or something, then again, why is the surface a total loss? If, like, did these kaiju go rogue? Or was it the Sentinels that went rogue for some reason and they're trying to Are we the baddies? So Okino is apparently some sort of genius kid that also co-developed a lot of the stuff or technology that we see in the game. Also, isn't this like the older version of himself, or am I wrong in that?
Hey, getting used to everything?
The technology itself isn't so different from 40 years ago. The real surprise was finding that it's all been integrated into one unified system.
You sure don't seem like someone from your time.
Well, 40 years ago being already 2060 something, right? So, that in and of itself is also quite far into the future. How the fuck does this connect with the Sentinels and with all the kids and... What's the deal here? What the hell have they done in the future?
How are things looking?
About like we expected.
Naturally.
All the nuclear plants are stable. Seems like it's the same for other countries too.
Defensive measures. They want to ensure nothing interrupts production.
So other countries have automated factories as well? Why? Why? Are they purposefully destroying Earth for some reason? Or at least the surface of Earth? What the hell is their deal?
So, these factories, are they particularly large?
It's more about how they got totally automated. That was back in 2080. They started functioning as part of a network instead of individual units.
A worldwide network comprising 1.2 billion factories.
What?
All fully integrated and synchronized. Based on a client's request, the computer designs a blueprint. From there on, everything is fully automated. Assembly, production, even cost-effective ordering of parts. The human element was no longer necessary for those processes.
So it's a manufactory that can mass-produce anything on a global scale.
Huh. Okay, that seems to be a very interesting new piece of information. So... give me a second. Okay, where was I? So the reason, so now there seems to be a little bit sort of the origin story of what actually happened. So future humanity basically has developed what sounds like, I mean, 1.2 billion factories. I know they're calling them factories, but you know, to understand it better, I think we can almost think of it, because 1.2 billion, right? I mean, that's like, what, 1/5 of our current human population on Earth, right? So think about every 5th human being a factory, basically, right? Obviously, those couldn't be that large. I think that you can almost think of them more like very, very advanced 3D printers or something. So, yeah, if you kind of want to make sense of it, at least that's how I think of it now, is that they basically developed a 3D printer technology that could literally produce anything. Just anything you wanted, right? No matter what. I don't know how, like, maybe even food? I don't know, but, you know, think about that, right? So you'd have basically one of these quote-unquote factories, possibly like a 3D printer or something, maybe even at home, and you could just say, hey, give me, like, I don't know, I want a new laptop, I want a new, I don't know, shirt, I want a new toilet, I want to drink an orange juice, right? I mean, that would be kind of crazy. And I guess the reason why they had to synchronize everything together was probably so that whatever AI governed the system, so that the individual factories wouldn't really have the knowledge or the technology to produce these things. It's more that the whole network, the entire AI that was controlling this, knows how to do all these different things, right? And I guess already we can see, I don't know, a billion different problems with this, right? I mean, what about guns? Can everybody just now... I mean, it's very interesting because it actually comes back to things that have been sort of speculated about with our current 3D printing technology. I mean, there have been, for example, like gun modifications, I think, that people have tried to 3D print. Obviously, there is the question of, well, how would this work in our real world, right? I mean, first of all, would AI really ever develop to a point where it could do that? Second of all, how do you, like, you still need the elements, right? We can't just magically produce any element out of thin air, right? Technology like this would essentially need to be able to take any sort of molecule structure and transform it into something else, but you'd still need the elements themselves, right? You still wouldn't be able to just create, I don't know, hydrogen out of, like, literally nothing. Unless maybe you found some way to manipulate dark energy, or I don't really know, right? Obviously, that's a part of physics where we get into something that we currently definitely don't know about yet, and maybe the game is taking and sort of putting a spin on it in a certain way. I don't really know, but is this a setup? Like, is somebody then using these connected 3D printers to just threaten the world, and in response to that they then had to mass produce these kaiju robots? Or we still don't really know who's responsible for what, right? On that note, though, let me take a really quick break. I definitely want to drink something. It's fucking warm today, so let me just save real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, Shikishima, it says right there. That's the name of the company. Okay, well, maybe we can actually find out more about what's been happening here.
They all function as part of a unified global manufacturing network. By its protocols, all 1.2 billion factories worldwide remain in automatic, perpetual production. And their sole output are these mechanized kaiju, which we know as the D-Forces.
They're perpetual? How does that work? Wait, but they're only... So they're capable of producing anything, but they're only producing kaiju? Why? He's taking notes about all of this.
We checked on the plants in Kolkata and Chennai.
Since they're the largest plants of this era and all.
Their production rate has doubled over the last 3 days.
Just like last time. The timing matches up too.
Not long now. They'll make their move soon.
They? You mean the AI of these factories? So, what? Are they... So they're already talking about different timelines. So are they here because they basically want to check how, like, is this possibly the outbreak of the kaiju attack? Is there always a certain point in time where for some reason these factories start to develop these aggressive robots and they want to find out why that happens or something?
Morimura-san, regarding my home time, that is the year 2064, you're certain we'll face a similar attack?
We don't have long until they appear in 2064. That much we know. It'll be just like last time.
No, not quite. This time, we have the Sentinels.
True.
Wait, but if these automated factories only started being, only started existing in 2080, how can there be a kaiju attack in 2065? Or are these kaiju also utilizing these time portals? Man, this is like, this can go in like 50 different directions at this point, I feel like.
Anything on your end?
Loosely speaking.
We managed a partial data dump from the underground mainframe. Goto-kun?
It's an archived news report concerning a certain scandal. More important, though, is its date of recording.
When's the data from?
The year 2188. In other words, far in the future. Even more so than our current temporal position, 2104.
Let's see it.
A future scandal from the time where we saw that space station in orbit. Partial dump of the mainframe. The thing that's really still so curious to me, right, is that no matter where we are in time, no matter what kind of technology they seem to have, they all, I don't know, there always seems to be something bigger going on still, right? So even these guys don't really have access to whatever that mainframe thing seems to be. That quote-unquote UFO below the city. Where the fuck did that came from then? And yeah, as I said, like, how are the kaiju? I mean, yeah, okay, well, the kaiju could also move through time, possibly. Oof, I guess let's just continue, right? Let's see what this future scandal seems to be about.
Before dawn on the 20th, 8 Newman Inc. executives were taken into police custody. Charged with human trafficking and illegal cloning, their established motive was to tamper with human memories. Authorities consider this an organized effort and are pursuing further charges. Mind-hacking crimes have been on the rise in recent years. By exploiting nanomachines such as interlocutors, malefactors can overwrite stored memory information in cerebral synapses. This technique has recently been used to enable other associated offenses. These arrests come after a string of similar cases, including culprits criminally downloading memories onto another body. Evidence suggests these are attempts at a kind of technological reincarnation. And we've already seen more than 460 arrests connected to this practice.
It's getting insanely interesting now, so... 2188, so in the far future, but... Well, how did he get this news article then? Or news video? What? Did he actually travel to that future time? Or did somebody in the future send it back through time in order to maybe prevent that from happening? It's also strange because it seems like possibly future humans possibly decided to, hey, we probably have to destroy our technology in the past because it's used basically only for criminal reasons. And so maybe they sent these kaiju back in time to literally destroy all of technology on planet Earth. But then past humans developed the Sentinels in order to combat that attack, and now they're all basically fighting, all the different timelines are sort of fighting over whether or not technologies should persist or not. So it's just very interesting because we've seen a bunch of memory manipulation already in practice. But if that is something from the future, like in 2188, people are using these memory modifications for their nefarious purposes, why are we seeing so much of that in these past timelines? Because, and here's the thing, obviously time travel's a thing, and they could come back in time and utilize their future technology in terms of memory modification and stuff. That makes sense. But what I find so strange is that all of these characters that we've already seen who possibly manipulate memories in the past, they never seem to really know what they were doing. At least they didn't seem to know about this bigger picture. Well, that's sort of the scary thing, though, right? I mean, how does this future of 2188 even still exist if people have this kind of technology? Because it's also, couldn't you manipulate somebody's memories and then use them to manipulate somebody else's memories, right? Because they wouldn't really know what they're doing. I mean, that's what Megumi, for example, in the scenes that we've done here a couple minutes ago, what she's doing, right? So technically her memories could have been altercated to have this weird fluffy cat in her mind that then forces her to manipulate the memories of other people. So isn't it sort of almost like self-replicating robots as well, just that it's actual humans that manipulate the memories of one another? So once that gets established, just like a virus or something, wouldn't it spread insanely fast throughout humanity? To the point where you could alter everybody's memories, from everybody on the planet in possibly just a couple of days even?
A log concerning the scandal involving Newman Inc. The report is dated 2188. Some of their executives were taken into police custody. The crime in question was apparently attempting to use nanotechnology to, in theory, take over physical bodies.
Well, I guess one thing you do need to consider, though, is that obviously if a technology like that exists, you always have to think about possible counter technologies as well, right? So if there are nanomachines that can alter memories, it's very likely that there are also nanomachines that can destroy these very nanomachines, right? So it doesn't automatically mean that a ploy like that would succeed, because you could possibly... Which is, by the way, something that I found really interesting about deepfakes, right? When deepfakes first appeared, people were saying, oh no, this is completely destroying our faith in video and news, and everybody could fake anything. And to an extent that is true, because people are obviously really, really easily manipulated, and sadly most people don't really understand how this manipulation works. I mean, sometimes it's, sometimes you really can't do anything against it, because humans also work on emotions and stuff, right? And if you use that, you can very easily manipulate people. But a lot of people aren't even aware of sort of all of these different ways. What I mean is, just being aware of the fact that you can be manipulated doesn't change that you can still be manipulated. But it makes it definitely a lot harder, right? And unfortunately, a lot of people just don't know at all how things are manipulating them, right? How marketing or whatever news is manipulative and why, right? Where was I going with this? Oh, right, the deepfakes. So, people were sort of concerned that deepfakes could be used in the future to, to manipulate people, right? But what I found really interesting is, I don't remember where I read that, or if it was some sort of study that was being done, or maybe it might have been some IT professor talking about it or something. But what's interesting to me is that, just like with Photoshop, basically, if Photoshop manipulates photos, it always leaves a trace within the picture, right? No matter how good any sort of AI gets at manipulating video or pictures, they always leave traces, right? Because no matter what kind of algorithm you develop that is able to change these pictures, you can just as easily, or obviously it takes time, but you can definitely also train algorithms to identify these fakes, right? So it's just like with computer viruses and stuff, it's basically a race between, developers on one side versus the other, but at least in theory, they would always be at somewhat the same level. So even if there were deepfakes that could be used to manipulate people, it's very, very likely that just after, few days, maybe even hours, maybe even seconds, some other person on the planet might be able to tell that it is a deepfake through training an AI to do so, right? And I'm just reminded of that here because it could be a similar thing, right? Where, yes, you could develop technology that can mess with people's minds, but it's very, very likely that similar technology could also be used to reinstate the minds of people, right?
I didn't know it was even possible to download memories.
The crime apparently occurred in June of 2188.
Ida-kun.
That's not all. Let him finish.
Regarding this Newman, I found one more log that could be relevant. This report is from March, about 3 months prior to the other log.
Oh, right. I also just realized, I was wondering how he got those, right? But they literally said that. They were able to at least partially access the mainframe, which seems to be technology from around 2180 or something. So maybe that mainframe has stored these news reports in it. I mean, so more and more I feel like, especially considering that somehow this quote-unquote UFO has been buried 300 meters underground, it almost feels like some sort of arc, right? As if future humans realized, oh fuck, our technology developed so far that we're very, very close to just eradicating one another, right? And losing everything. So maybe they somehow send an arc of all of their technology and ideas and basically all future human knowledge back through time in order to conserve that or something. And Would you do something like that, though? I mean, doesn't that run the risk of the same technology just developing again and destroying the planet again? Huh. Wait, am I supposed to... Alright, okay. It's just weird because it was shown as being grayed out, but... Future merger.
Newman Inc., the tech giant known for interlocutors, has been acquired by Shikishima through a takeover bid. Shikishima's CEO had this to say.
Nanotechnology has made leaps and bounds over the 22nd century. Now, even the human body can operate with all the power of a supercomputer. Interlocutors have paved the way for humanity's next step in evolution. For any one of us, all it takes is a thought. And we can have the world itself at our fingertips. With the brilliant minds at Newman driving our nanotech business, we look forward to a brighter future for Shikishima and all our affiliates.
With this acquisition, Shikishima now sits among the top 3 in global market share of interlocutors.
So there are other global companies, though, that do the same thing, apparently. Huh. Well, the thing is, we really don't know anything about Shikishima yet. It's been mentioned a lot. We've seen their building throughout multiple time periods, but it's still quite unclear what they actually do. I mean, clearly they might have been behind the development of the Sentinels as well, but doesn't really tell us anything about what might have potentially happened. Well, now I'm also thinking, are these automated factories and the nanomachines, are they also connected? Like, would a human with these nanomachines be capable of just creating anything? Because they also have this, let's call it 3D printing technology within them? Man, this all seems so, like, how do these future humans still exist if they have technology like that? That just seems like a recipe for instant disaster, basically, right? So it almost seems somewhat strange that they even survived up until that point. Well, I guess that's what we're here for, right? We're trying to find out how it all went to shit, but still, So this was 3 months prior to Newman Inc. being found out about shady business, I guess, right?
3 months prior to the Newman Inc. incident,
Yeah.
Newman was acquired by the conglomerate Shikishima. With these interlocutors, apparently some kind of nanomachine information technology, they've become one of the world's top megacorps.
They kept talking about those interlocutors. You think that's the nanomachines inside our own bodies?
Most likely.
But, I mean, anything that they now say or anything that they now do, wouldn't they possibly think that maybe they could also be manipulated by their own mind and body? I mean, I guess nanomachines could, in theory, just prevent them from thinking that, possibly, but clearly they're speculating about that. Also, this just reminded me of a very, very interesting presentation of Tom Scott, you know, the YouTuber who does these very interesting videos. He had a presentation a few years back, I think, about how an AI with nanomachines might take over our body, right? I don't remember what he called it, but the idea was basically that we, in the future, might develop nanomachines and AI, and the AI at some point would sort of become self-sentient and realize that it needs to control humans because humans innately can't control themselves. But the AI also realizes that if we would know about it, we would do something against it, right? So the AI uses the nanomachines in a way to manipulate our memories into not being able to think about the AI, right? So you can't even like develop a thought that would make it able for you to fight this AI and its memory manipulation, right? To the point where humans just wouldn't know about it. Like, we would just live the same way as usual, and we physically wouldn't be able to realize that we're being manipulated by an AI because the AI made it so that we can't think about it. Which obviously seems like a very scary future. But yeah, definitely reminded me of that. Though clearly these characters are able to not only think about it, but also possibly come up with a conclusion as to what might have happened and how they need to proceed.
So Shikishima's at the heart of this, too. At least we know we weren't wrong. This all began in the future after all. Still, 2188. 2104 is the furthest we can shift into the future.
Oh, okay.
It's a shame, but I don't think we can verify this ourselves. I think we should drop this lead for now. Better to focus on protecting Goto-kun's hometown instead.
Maybe so. We're almost out of time, so we'll need to move quickly. Best to return to the school in the year 2064. We'll need the cooperation of the other two compatibles.
Goto-kun, we should focus on putting the Sentinels through the combat sims. I hope you can join me.
Sure.
Compatibles. Final battle a few weeks earlier.
My apologies, Miss Morimura. Making arrangements in 1985 proved somewhat difficult. I'm sorry we've had to remain here the past few days.
Not much we can do if it's an emergency.
Chihiro. Why is she suddenly a kid? What? Also, why are we in a timeline where the world is already destroyed? And what's up with these time shifts? So how does that fit into all of this? Like, if they're able to time shift, who came up with this time shift technology? I mean, maybe there is just some base physical restraint on time shifting, right? So no matter how your technology evolves, you're still somehow limited. But that doesn't really... I guess maybe they can't shift further into the future because there is some sort of resource limitation going on? I don't really know. That just seems so strange that you would be limited in terms of where you can time shift, right? With this technology. You know, you'd think that if you're able to time shift, you would be able to time shift anywhere, right? So what are we doing here then?
I have to ask. Was it absolutely necessary to dress me up like this?
Does it bother you? Considering the age you appear, well, it struck me as the most inconspicuous choice.
But she has so... What exactly are they doing here? Aren't they utilizing the exact same technology they just talked about that has been developed in 2188? Like, this seems to me as if they inserted the future Morimura's memories into a younger version of herself. Right? It's clearly the older Morimura, just in a different body, to disguise her being here. Well, how are they able to do? Or is it maybe? It could also be. Could also be a cyborg, right? It could be the. Because we know that they had that sort of technology in 2104, I think. Still a strange choice. But yeah, how does that fit together if they're already capable of altering memories of people and everything? I guess maybe they found that technology in the mainframe when they were able to access its data, and they're now taking that in. But aren't they then utilizing the exact same technology they're possibly trying to get rid of, or rather are trying to fight against?
You're not having trouble walking, are you, Miss Morimura?
You should probably just call me Chihiro. Otherwise we'll seem suspicious in public.
Okay, Chihiro.
Well, what kind of public?
San.
Better drop the san, too.
Is anybody even still alive? Why do they need to be inconspicuous?
Honestly, I'm surprised you were able to find me at all.
A certain data log helped. I found records that your mind had been transferred into the young child standing before me.
This body is a juvenile clone of me. I ran an experiment to see if I could restore my compatibility. It turned out to be a failure. That's why I sealed my memories.
Okay, a couple more informations here. So, as I said, there is something going on, right? The reason why these specific characters are chosen to pilot the Sentinels is because there is something. They have some sort of compatibility that not every person has. So, at some point, Juro Korabe kills Iori Fuyusaka, which I guess that's why the future Miss Morimura then possibly decided to, hey, let's try and clone myself, put my mind into that younger body, and see if now I'm able to be compatible again. Because I guess her future self or clone or whatever was not anymore. Like, she wasn't able to pilot the Sentinel anymore. But then again, we saw her older self pilot the Sentinel at some point. Fuck, this is all confusing. And again, if they're already capable of cloning, they're already capable of inserting entire minds into other bodies. Isn't that already the technology of 2188? How exactly did all of this get here? And what are we doing in this destroy timeline exactly?
This compatibility, that'd be the ability to control the gate and the Sentinels?
Oh, the gate too,
You need
okay.
compatibility to control the mainframe. I was once compatible myself. But after everything got rewound, I lost that power. Maybe it's hard for you to see how crucial that ability is. But you'll understand soon enough.
Okay, so going back through time might lose that ability for you. Well, the biggest question now is, what is this mainframe and where did it came from, right? Because it seems like they're able to use this technology because of that mainframe. But they also need to be compatible in order to use it. Compatibility may be referring to specific nanomachines in their body or some specific configuration of nanomachines. It's just so insanely difficult to try to figure out how this all connects back together, because, again, where does the mainframe come from? What kind of year does it come from? Why is it even a thing? How were they able to access it and ultimately use its technologies, but They still don't seem to be able to understand everything about it. And what are they even trying to do? Why was time rewound at some point? Another interesting bit of information. So the time gates can only be utilized by people that are compatible. So the people that can control the Sentinels, I guess, can also move through time. But I wonder what that compatibility means exactly. Like, why these specific people?
This refers to the humans who can control the UFO's mainframe. Those compatible have nanomachines implanted in their bodies.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if we try to sort of just think about some basic bits of information here. The nanomachine technology, at least that seems to be fairly clearly established, is a technology from 2180 something. So, and the mainframe seems to be as well. Did those future humans, I mean, did they somehow... Something must have fundamentally gone wrong, right? And then they might have developed... I mean, I already said that mainframe seems to be almost some sort of arc, right? Something to preserve humanity. So maybe somehow they also just send a couple of people with nanomachines in their bodies back through time somehow to be able to access this mainframe and do what they need to in order to ensure humanity's survival. But again, why these certain people? And I don't know. Let's see where this goes.
What's going on with my actual body?
She's acting like a completely different person. My theory is that someone's taken control of her.
You're saying she got mind hacked?
She's clearly behaving very differently, at least. It seems like she's working against the Sentinel project. It's like she's been influenced by 426.
The fuck is
Or the man
426?
himself may just be wearing her face.
That certainly explains why you woke me up. Not much to go on, though. Either way, we'll have to do some more investigation. I can see it's been quite a while since my memories were sealed. 5 whole years. And now 4 sectors have gone dark. Talk about a rude awakening. First, you'd better catch me up on major developments in the last 5 years.
Easy enough. Hardly comfortable surroundings for a briefing, though. I'll explain over in 1985.
For fuck's sake. What the hell? This is a few more weeks earlier.
That should do it for preparations.
So now we're in 1985, but in the
Let's see if
mainframe?
the biometric authentication works.
Oh, okay, so... That makes us... Fuck, so people are... Somebody can mind hack people and insert themselves into them. So now we can't even be sure anymore if the characters that we see throughout all of these different timelines are even the characters that we're seeing. Fucking hell, so... How insanely complicated does this get exactly? I mean, at least they do provide you with a... Like, in the menu, right? You have the ability to sort of go chronologically through all of these kinds of events. So I expect there to be a certain point where everything just sort of falls into place. But until we get there, holy fuck, how are you say... this is actually quite hard to keep up with. Because, yeah, now you can never be quite sure if the characters you're seeing are actually the characters. And they could also, like, they could just pretend to still be the same character, right? Though that's another thing. If you were to take over another character, I mean, acting completely different, isn't that kind of a dead giveaway that somebody's been hacked? I mean, wouldn't you try to, I don't know, keep that a secret a bit more? I don't know how easy that would be, though. Like, even if you were to study somebody quite intricately, if you then were to take over their body, would you actually be able to fully pretend to be them? I don't really know. People who know you quite well would maybe still be suspicious, especially once you know that that kind of technology exists, right? Holy shit. I still find this setup so strange, though. So this mainframe, possibly future technology, yet they're still able to work with it and access it. And I mean, I guess it's, if it is some sort of safety net of future humans, I guess it's meant to be accessible.
Did it go through?
So he's trying to see if he has compatible nanomachines inside of himself, or what?
Looks like that got me past the initial barrier, at least. Now, with Miss Murimura's ID, I should be able to get into her logs.
So he's trying to find out whether or not somebody messed with her?
Found it. One of the logs she left behind.
Experiment log.
Today's date is March 2nd, 2100. Well, I guess there's no point in putting a date to these logs. I've probably got 4 years left until the invasion begins. I ran an experiment on my clone. I wanted to see if I could make her more compatible. I had more than enough data stored in Sector 0. She would have had all my memories. However, I could not establish compatibility in the clone. No more than I could in myself. Maybe there really is no way we can survive this. Not even Ida-kun knows about this experiment. I've kept this attempt secret from everyone. The memories I implanted in the clone have been sealed. I left her in 1940 under the Miura family's care. She'll be able to grow up as her own person. Someone separate from me. Until they invade, at least.
Miura family, so the... Fuck, so the... We saw... Was that... Keitaro Miura's, like, little sister or something? We saw her, right? And wasn't she... Did she have, like, another name? Is she growing up as... who is it exactly who grew up to be the grandmother of Juro Korabe, who then also lets Megumi and Keitaro live with Juro? Does it ultimately even matter if that particular clone doesn't even know about that? Well, no, she said that she implanted her memories in the clone, right? So the clone knows about it. About who they are. What is this whole memory sealing, though? Is that... Like, is that just... Does that just mean that she successfully put the memories inside that body? Or does that mean that the memories can also not be altered again? Like, is there some sort of technology that prevents that from happening? Can you seal memories in the sense that they can't be manipulated, but maybe you also somehow, I don't know, limit a person through that? But
methodology sounds familiar. Was she basing this project off of those memory overriding crime reports? All in an effort to achieve compatibility? So compatibility isn't just a matter of differences in the nanomachines. There's more. This file looks like the last thing recorded.
Final log.
Kum didn't make it back either. The remaining Sentinels are infected. No good to us. We're running out of options. We'll have to resort to Operation Aegis. If we go that route, we'll be risking the future of humanity itself. How do I make the call on a decision like that? But I don't know how else he and I can survive this. This is my only chance.
Okay, so something that's at least seems to be somewhat clear is that this infection they're talking about, possibly the Deimos code, right? So the Sentinels are also being taken over by the Kaiju, maybe. And then we have Operation Aegis, which is somehow connected to this mainframe. So I mean, that's something that has sort of already been established, is that this mainframe seems to be capable of taking out, well, basically any kind of technology, seemingly, right? So I wonder if, when she's saying that activating Aegis might also risk humanity itself, I wonder if whoever built this mainframe as some sort of arc also built it in a way where it can potentially just destroy all technology if it needs to. And Aegis being activated is sort of the last resort that they can take. It gets rid of the Kaiju, it gets rid of any sort of hacked technology of this Deimos code possibly, but also runs the risk of probably also killing off all of the humans because the humans have nanomachines in them. Something like that. But at points in the past, humans wouldn't have the nanomachines in them, right? So couldn't you just activate Aegis? Like, why would that risk humanity? And we still don't fucking know how the Kaiju and Sentinel are connected. Like, why are they fighting each other? Because the Kaiju seems to be like some sort of AI gone rogue, more or less. Maybe it isn't, though. I mean, maybe there's some completely different other motive by somebody behind it that I just can't really see right now, but, like, ultimately, I don't know, I just can't shake the feeling that through all these memory altercations, even the people involved with everything, right? Even the people that want to make it right again, maybe don't even really know anymore what they're doing. And it almost feels as if everybody's just sort of fighting themselves, right? Because they've been manipulated to such a stage where nobody can really see what they're actually meant to be doing.
The final log that Chihiro Morimura left on the UFO. She speaks at length on Operation Aegis. Her goal is that he and she would ultimately survive, even at the cost of humanity's future. The question is, who is he?
Wait, they want to survive at the cost of humanity's future? Didn't take that from that at all.
Ever since the battle that ended with the Sentinels infected, Miss Morimura has been pushing this operation as one of its fiercest supporters.
Huh. Man, we're still missing so much information, fucking hell.
That's puzzling. There's a log registered under my name.
Your future self,
probably? As far as
probably?
I know, I've never recorded anything like this.
Either his future self or somebody that has taken over his body, huh?
Renya Goto speaking.
Hello.
Did you confirm receipt of payment? the details. Am I clear? I want her dead. Any means necessary. Execute her. And stop the project. That's not my problem. It's in your hands now. Do you realize what'll happen if her project gets approved? It could ruin everything we've worked for. You know what must be done. Kill Chihiro Morimura.
The fuck?
Was that really me? That man was a Shikishima executive from the year 2188. Is that supposed to be my future? Seems like a private communications log. The other person on the line wasn't recorded. But it's clear enough what they're talking about. That was an assassination order on Chihiro Morimura. Which I seem to have called in.
What the fuck? Holy hell. Okay, so... yeah, Goto... I think is almost the most interesting character, to me at least. So he... well, here's the thing, right? We don't know if he is actually the head of Shikishima in the future. Because, obviously, he could have been taken over by somebody. But yeah, as I sort of speculated, right, it seems like the Kaiju and the Sentinels, they're more or less just two different armies of future humans that for some reason are fighting each other, right? So, maybe this future Renya Goto... I mean, he has acquired Newman Inc., so I wonder if he has some sort of plans to do something with memory modification and nanomachines, right? And then we've heard that, like, a report has come out about illegal memory manipulation and everything that was connected to this Newman Inc. Corporation. So, did a future version of Morimura find out about that, and that's why she was getting killed? The thing that I find really strange about that, though, like, the only, I guess, the Morimura that we've seen having been killed by a Sekigahara, is that a Morimura from, like, 2188? Because she still looked exactly like the school nurse from 1985, right? And, I guess that might also be something completely, like, different. Just because he wants Morimura dead doesn't mean that the scene that we've seen with Eiseki Kahara is actually the thing that he was talking about. That might also be completely unrelated. I don't really know. These men in black that we've seen, I don't know, would they be from a possible 2188 future? And what's up with Eiseki Gahara? Is he somebody, like, he identified himself as being a kind of a killer agent from the future, right? And is he from 2188 as well? It seems to be very far into the future. But somehow he also seems to have alterated his own memories. I mean, maybe that is something of a safety net. But why? Why would he need to do that? And why would he then send his robot, like a small, like BJ, right, to remind himself of the memories? Man, this is all... How the hell is this connected? Okay, let's see the updates that we got. So we now have Renya Goto as a file. Comes from the future, the destroyed world of 2065. That is his actual timeline, I guess. I don't know why that's important. Maybe it's not, I don't know. With common patience, he brings the Sentinel pilots together, always keeping an eye on their ultimate goal. He acts as a leader to the other students, yeah. So that's what I was saying originally, right? He seems to be the commander of them somehow. CEO of the large conglomerate Shikishima. How is this connected? It almost seems as if his past self is working against himself, right? And wouldn't the future Renya Goto know about that? Like, wouldn't he know about himself in the past and that he might want to stop himself as well? The Aegis system. First time we have this entry. A terminal self-defense system. When the Aegis system is activated, the kaiju won't be able to invade a specific range around it. It takes 2 minutes for the system to activate. So that we already knew, but what kind of implications are behind that, right? What is this Aegis system and why does it exist? How does it exist? The compatible. Oh, that's a clever image. Those with the capacity to control the gates, Sentinels, and the mainframe. In an experiment to see if she could transfer her compatibility onto her clone, Morimura used her data, which she had saved in Sector 0, to create her clone. However, this experiment failed to establish compatibility. The image is pretty cool, right? At least sort of the right part of that image. Isn't that the... Well, not the exact image, but it's definitely close to what has been put onto the Voyager spacecraft, right? The spacecraft that we've sent outside of the solar system that is currently flying throughout the like the outermost ring, the Kuiper Belt. Is it still in the Kuiper Belt, or is it already past that? I don't really know, but that's a like plaque that they've put on the spacecraft, so in the case of it being found by alien life forms, they could, like, they would know what we look like, and a bunch of the lines and everything represent our, I think, mathematical physics knowledge and stuff like that. And is also at the same time a representation of our solar system, so that they would be able to find us as well. It's so interesting that they chose this as an image here. What a cool connection. Sentinel. Giant robots that the boys and girls pilot the flight are made to pilot through mental commands. They were designed by Tsukasa Okino. How is this Okino guy part of this? Sentinels were ready for use after the 2104 Kaiju invasion. The first time they were actually used in battle was 2064. So they were sent back in time for some reason. Which is another thing that I find that makes this even more complicated, right? Is we have these different timelines. How do they interact with each other? What is the actual timeline, and why is it the actual timeline? And what's happening to the destroyed timelines? Do they just continue existing as a destroyed world? If we can have multiple timelines, why even save one world if we can all just jump to a different timeline? Unless they all kind of converge in the future as well. Also, who's this? There was a number mentioned, right? Was it 426 or something? Apparently that's a person? Or an entity? So now I wonder if this cryptic note is maybe referencing certain memories, or like a certain state of a memory of a certain person that needs to be inserted in their memory again, or something. Oh boy. Okay, as I suspected, I can't continue his story. Holy shit, okay, 12 characters. So basically everybody else, right? Since we have 13 characters, everybody else need to be at 80% or above to continue his story. So, as I suspected, he's sort of the central point to all of this, it seems like. Okay. Well then. Let's see what Ninja's all about. Hamazuki Station Line number 5 platform.
Maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. Still though...
Why is he looking so aggressive?
Are you even listening?
What the hell just happened?
Huh?
Shit, the train. It just went off the rails and...
What?
I didn't know you could sleep standing up.
No, this is the same platform as before. The hell is this?
Drill train?
We were in that train car, and then the whole thing got knocked off the line. So, how are we here? No way we would have walked away from an accident like that.
So have his memories just been manipulated, or?
Kisaragi, weren't you on that train too? How do we get back here?
You mean the train I'm about to get on?
You're... about to?
Huh? Has he just been... What the fuck is happening?
I need you to listen to me, okay?
Whoa, what are you getting so serious about?
I'm saying, I've been on this platform before.
Well, duh, this is how you get to school every day.
No, I mean, just now. I was here.
Is this like a setup for a joke?
No, wait. I remember. It wasn't even my train. I got on the Semi-Express to go after you, Kisaragi. You and I were together the whole time, right?
I think I'd know if we were together.
Not what I meant, but okay.
Wait, what? Did somebody just... Okay, so with everything that we know about, like, nanomachines and stuff now, and we know that these characters have them as well, did somebody just, I don't know, reset his brain or something? Or maybe insert, like, a thought or memory in his brain to prevent him from going on a certain train because something might happen?
You're being weirder than usual. Are you okay, man? Are you okay?
Wait, what am I... What?
It's the same station.
The hell is going on?
Should have figured you assholes would still be here.
Well, look what we got here. Ogata, most punchable face in the city.
You guys need some new material.
The hell are you trying to say to me?
Okay, so these interactions I find kind of strange, yet also really intriguing at the same time, because, like, they seem so random, right? How is this connected to the story? Why is it important? Because I think it is, right? I mean, somehow moments like this seem like... I guess when you think back to the moments that we've seen, they kind of... I wonder why they put stuff like this in, right? Is it for you to be able to follow the characters' timelines better? Or is it some sort of hint as to what might have happened when? I don't know. So, I mean, this technically would be after they've met on that, what's it even called? Like this footpath high up, right? That where you could overlook the entire city. And the thing that makes that interesting is because in that scene, we also saw Amiguchi. No, not Amiguchi. The other guy, what is he called? The guy that likes the yakisoba pan so much. That we also saw in like 1944. God, I'm trying to get all of this together. So, we saw him there, but then we also saw, I think, Eiseki Gahara there, finding his little robot again. How does this connect back to this, though?
I think it's about time we settled our shit.
We already did. I beat your ass into the ground. I guess that didn't count either. What crawled up your ass anyway?
Heard you were talking shit on the Kuriai gang. Saying all we got is strength in numbers.
News to me.
No more running. We settle this right here, right now.
Also, this Wajima guy, he threatened the girls in that one back alley, right? The girls were saved by Eiseki Gahara. Was that after this or before this scene? Because Tomi Kisaragi was the one that came running with the police officer, so wouldn't she know Wajima at this point in time?
No more running. We settle this right here, right now.
Hey, hold on! What the heck's going on? Cut that out!
Relax. I'm not gonna do the same fight twice. Don't have time for that shit anyway.
What do we got here? Don't tell me this little bitch is your girl. Didn't know you were into elementary schoolers. That's messed up, man.
The hell did you just say? You wanna say that again? Say it to my face. Come on!
Hey, stop it!
They already lost again. Okay, that's interesting though.
Man, not again.
Damn it!
Okay, so this is before that scene with the girls. Because I guess that's why Wajima starts following the girls. He didn't follow the other girls, he followed Tomi Kisaragi specifically. Probably because he threw her, because he thinks that she's his girlfriend, right? So that's why he started following her, so that he could take revenge on him. Okay, that makes more sense now. And ultimately through that, I think, was it Eri? Who... Yeah, she got to know a Sekigahara through that, and rode on his futuristic motorcycle and everything. Which now makes me think, so if Sekigahara was some sort of agent from the future, but I don't know what's up with his memories though, right? Why did his memories get deleted? The thing is that I was just thinking about I mean, obviously I don't know if that's on purpose or an accident or something, but him finding Eri Fuyusaka, I wonder if that is how Morimura at some point in the future maybe gets either manipulated or her memories being altered or something because she's found together with Sekigahara. I don't. Or is that his ploy to ultimately be able to? But no, it kind of didn't. It kind of followed the scene with the dead Morimura fairly closely.
Well,
this is getting complicated.
Bye, or whatever.
Hey, wait! You can't get on that. You're gonna regret it.
You're being super weird right now.
Look, shut up and listen. You can't get on that.
I can't, huh? So you can just decide that for me? It's not like you can just tell me what to do. I'm so done with you.
God damn it. It's just like before.
So something's gonna happen to this train? Tsuji bound express.
So Kisaragi always gets on that train. And the train always crashes. Once she's on, she's basically dead.
What does that
How
mean?
the hell can I make her understand?
Okay, this is really strange to me now because, like, so far, we've seen people shift through time, like, 40 years into the future or past or whatever, but what's happening here? How is there this small loop? So what is happening? The train always crashes and then it gets reset? So is he supposed to stop that? But, like, why and how does that work?
What? Why are you here? This isn't even your train, right?
I mean, he just said that.
You're not listening to me, damn it!
'Cause you're not making any sense. What, you just wanted to have the last word?
Wait, that's it. This is the same thing as before. You got all mad at me, so I went after you.
So, when was this?
Unless it's not a time loop, like, So, has he somehow gotten access to some future memories of this particular scene in the past?
Well, can't do much now that I'm back here, I guess.
You're such a psycho. I don't know if you're just a delinquent or whatever, but I've never liked thugs like you.
Oh yeah? Yeah, guess I should have figured. No goddamn way.
They're even showing up here. Morimura didn't say anything about this.
I remember now. This is what happened to the other train.
So now the kaiju attack starts. Okay.
Kisaragi. What the hell happened? What are all all these lights. How do I get out of this thing? I remember. The train got derailed and... Wait. Kisaragi!
Connection established. Can you hear me, Ninja Ogata?
Who's there? The hell's going on?
Yeah, I'm asking myself the same thing.
What key? What the hell are you talking about?
The key that Sekigahara has?
Kisaragi? There was a girl with me, right? Is she okay?
I need the decode key.
Oh.
Where is it?
I don't know, man. Do you have Kisaragi or not?
I'm sending you back. Listen, you have to find the key.
Hey! Answer me!
Okay, so he's being sent back in time until he finds this key.
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. Still, though... Hey, are you even listening?
I'm back. It's happening all over again.
Like, okay, so somebody in the future is able... So that... I mean, at least from the background, it seemed as if it was like 2188 or 89 or whatever, right? Where humanity has established like spaceships and whatnot, space stations and whatnot. Man, this is all so strange. So, the Kisaragi there knew about Morimura telling her something about kaiju and everything. So she seemed to know at least a bit about everything in that particular scene. Apparently the kaiju were not supposed to attack in that particular instant, or at least nobody knew about it, that it was going to happen. But somebody in the future is trying to get the Daimos key somehow. Where's that supposed to be, though? Unless the Kisaragi he's talking to is maybe that, like, android version of herself, and somehow she has the Daimos key because of it? I mean, that's pure speculation. No idea. Why would the Daimos key be there specific? Like, what? My God, this is getting complicated. Oh, for fuck's sake, sorry. I think I actually slept too long today. Or maybe I just didn't sleep well because it's fucking warm. I don't know. Ninja Ogata is a compassionate delinquent with an old-fashioned sense of honor. All the delinquents in town knew of him during middle school thanks to his fighting skills and nerves of steel. Cool. And then we have the train platform. Platform 5 of Kamasumi Station. You can get on Tsutsuji-bound and Azami-bound trains here. Ninja Ogata experienced the same train accident twice. A voice in his head told him to find the key as it began for the third time. Well, I guess let's see how this continues then, huh?
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. Still, though... Hey, are you even listening?
I'm back. It's happening all over again.
Weird voice.
Who even is that voice? How'd I end up in this mess? Where the hell was I? It was like... I don't know. I feel like I saw it on some UFO show. Like an alien lab or something. It looked just like that. I was butt naked, too.
So I guess whoever in the future is doing this, they can send him back in time to a specific point, but never to another point, it seems, right? Or rather, only to very specific points. I really wonder why that's a thing. Why they're not able to... like, it's just still so strange, right? So they're able to talk to him and send him back multiple times to the exact spot in time they want, more or less, apparently, for him to change something, yet they can only do... how does that work?
That's what that guy was saying. All this stuff about how I've got to find a key.
I wonder what the key
No idea
is.
what the hell he's talking about. But I gotta find a way out of this crazy loop. And right now, the only clue I got is this key thing. So Kisaragi always gets on that train. And the train always crashes. Once she's on, she's basically dead. How the hell can I make her understand?
I mean, since the kaiju attack, wouldn't they always... die though anyways? Unless when they're not on the train they might be able to get to safety or something?
What's this key thing they keep talking about? How the hell do I even find it? What do I do? Just go through everyone's goddamn pockets? None of this shit makes sense.
And why would this Deimos code be here? I wonder if it's maybe in Kisaragi's like brain or something? Maybe the nanomachines within her brain contain it? Huh. Let's ask her about a key. I don't think she's gonna know anything, but...
Hey, Kisaragi. You don't have some kind of key handy, right?
What does that even mean? I have the key to my house.
Is this it? Nah, probably not. I mean, hell, even I've got some house keys.
It was a big house key, by the way, but I guess they just want to make sure that you can see the items they're holding. Bit of a strange artistic choice, but alright. It's the same with the, like, Sekigaharu's motorbike key, right? He, like, I don't know. At first I thought it was some sort of, because it's so big, right? It seems to appear so big in his hands. But I guess it's just to put emphasis on it, or to make you be able to actually see what it looks like. I don't know. It's a bit of a strange choice, since all the other items they're holding are typically in the correct size, right?
We gotta do something! The kaiju are coming!
Yeah, that's gonna convince her, man.
Really?
Oh no, wait a second, she knows.
Where?
I mean, like, not yet. They get here after we get on this train.
How do you know that?
'Cause I saw it. Shit, how do I explain?
I mean, that will convince her, though, right? I mean, if she knows about the kaiju.
You're acting kind of weird.
Yeah, it's really getting to me. I'm already sick of all this shit. But what can I do?
I mean, just talk to her more. Like, she knows about the kaiju. Why? Wouldn't she also understand that this might be like a situation where she needs to do something as well?
Hey, where are you going? Hey, you don't look so good.
Yeah, no shit. He's just seen you die like twice in a row.
Seriously, you're being really weird.
Do we need to go somewhere else? Hey, the other... Oh, what's that boy doing here?
Isn't that...
What?
I feel like I know that guy she's with. Who is he?
Why are you being all sneaky?
I don't know. No reason.
Wait, that's Iori over there. What are you hiding from Iori?
That's not it.
What? Don't tell me you like Iori.
Hey, it's not like that.
They're all here.
Isn't that... Karabe?
Hey! I'm still talking to you here.
I mean, the one person that I would suspect having a code in this situation is the guy on the right. Right? The one who supposedly started the whole Sentinel project? Unless maybe Juro has it, like, Did somebody use his memory altercation to also give him this code somehow?
Stop dodging the question. I want a real answer.
For real, it's not like that.
Then what is it like?
What do you care? You're not my girlfriend. Why are you even getting so worked up?
It's not a big deal, I was just curious. Sheesh. Fancy meeting you here.
Usami-chan!
Iori, your place isn't this way, right? Where are you going with Okino-kun?
I've just got a thing over in Tsutsuji. There's the train. Let's go, Okino-kun.
Well, now they're getting on the train again, huh?
They got on the train. What do I do? Go after them?
Possibly.
Hey, that's the wrong train.
Well, she didn't get on it this time, though. Oh, hello. Chihiro? The hell is she doing here? Wait, Kisaragi just said she doesn't know about the kaiju attack, but maybe she does? Does she have the code? Is it her rabbit?
I know they got on.
Wait, what?
What's wrong? Are you looking for someone?
Sure am, kid. You see a couple school kids about my age?
School kids?
The fuck?
What the hell?
Wait, what?
Was that like magic? Nah. The hell am I thinking?
Huh? Is something happening to his memories that he can't see her correctly? Or what the fuck was that?
Okay, look. I know this seems real sketchy. I mean, heck, I'm the guy who chased you onto a train here. But there's something I gotta know. Do you have some kind of key on you? I mean, not like a regular house key. It's supposed to be kinda special, except I don't really know how. Yeah, this still sounds pretty damn weird, huh? Hey!
What the fuck is happening? I guess... does she know? Is she suspecting something?
Hey, hold on.
Why? Why are you looking for something like that?
Good question.
I think she knows what he's talking about, though.
I don't know how I'd even explain it.
You're looking for the key? You're the one who originally carried it.
What?
Young man.
The school nurse? Wait, I was just talking to Fuyusaka.
How can she, like, what?
Wait a sec. Are you Fuyusaka, or... Wait. I know you. The League of Darkness. I remember now. You're one of the bad guys.
The fuck? What? The Memory H7. Tokisaka Shrine Empty Lot 1976.
Playing this late? Should you be out here alone, young man?
I'm not playing. I'm training.
Say, you must be Nenji Ogata-kun, right? How about I walk you back to your house?
You're fishy, lady. You talk like the League of Darkness people. They say all that same stuff when they kidnap kids.
The League of Darkness?
The bad guys from Common Hero.
Ah, okay.
Right. Kids and their TV. But you know, I think you're the real bad guy here. 8 years from now, you're going to call a bunch of monsters and destroy the world.
He is?
Am not. I'd never turn to the side of evil.
You're still going to do it whether you're good or evil. Sometimes, things just happen.
You can't trick me. I'm not gonna get kidnapped.
Little punk. Missed.
The fuck is going on?
That was close. I guess I just did a big lap around the block. What do I do? She even had a gun. She tried to shoot me. She really is from the League of Darkness. I gotta tell the police.
Don't move. You're a bad boy.
Am I gonna die?
It'll only hurt for a moment. I've just implanted you with nanomachines.
Oh, that's
It'll
what's
add onto the
happening.
program
Oh.
inside you. It's not a huge change, but it's something we'll need to fight back. And now, we can prepare our weapons. The Sentinels.
Okay, so that's what the gun's doing. Well, that explains.
Didn't I just get shot?
Did you find the key?
Okay. I still don't know what's going on here. But getting shot made me remember something. She shot me back when I was a kid, too.
You were shot. I'm going to need you to explain the situation.
I was on the train, and the nurse from my school shot me. There were even other passengers around, too. No, wait. That was definitely Fuyusaka. She was all grown up, but I know that was her.
Wait a moment. Slow down. You're talking about trains. Where is this happening?
It's the place you keep sending me back to. The train platform. And this happened when I chased Fuyusaka onto her train.
So they don't know where they sent him?
On a train platform.
Well, yeah. Wait, you mean... You don't even know where you keep sending me back to?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Okay, I see. That means the person with the key is somewhere around there.
At least they seem to be helpful.
You just keep looking.
When do I get the explanation?
Yeah, I don't know if they're talking, like, why wouldn't they at least explain a bit more? I guess they maybe don't have the time to do that. What the fuck is going on? So the Morimura / Kuisaka, whatever, how was she able to just change through her different ages like that? Or were those his nanomachines acting up? Like, I guess the nanomachines inside. So, okay, so that would actually make sense, right? If they all have nanomachines inside their head, maybe somebody like Morimura can manipulate their nanomachines to perceive her in different forms. And I guess that would allow her to hide if she needs to. And now it also got established that the gun is shooting with nanomachines. I should have kind of known about that. I mean, I guess we kind of knew. It's just an interesting sort of little detail that got confirmed, but it makes sense, obviously, right? So somehow, for example, Megumi is shooting everybody else with the gun, apparently adds some kind of program or functionality to their nanomachines, or adds different nanomachines as well. And at first I was kind of, I don't know, I didn't really like the name League of Darkness, but thankfully they're not actually called that. He was just referencing like a TV show that he had seen. Which once again brings me back to this whole, like, why are there movies and TV shows and whatnot that seem to be connected to all of this? As if, I mean, I know I said this already at some point, but it's as if, like, someone or something from the future wants to prepare humanity for what's to come, and so they establish all these kinds of TVs and movies to make the humans think about that. And then so okay. Man, my brain's smoking. So I don't think there is any kind of detail that might tell us more about this. Okay, let's see what's been updated. So first of all, his profile. When Ogata was 70 years old, he was implanted with nanomachines by Morimura while he was training to fight the League of Darkness in an empty lot next to Tokisaka Shrine. That was next to Tokisaka. Oh, so I guess that's how she got there, right? Because that's where the gate is. This is what allowed them to prepare Sentinels. Oh, so that is definitely something. I'm sorry. I guess she needed to implant the nanomachines in him fairly early on, because that would allow them to prepare a Sentinel that is basically just right for him, right? So, Did he or did he not have nanomachines before that, though? Is it really the first time he got implemented with them? Or, like, why would she target him specifically? Is that some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy kind of deal? They knew that he was going to do something in the future, and she moved further back in time and implanted... See, that's what I find so interesting here, is that I really, really feel that through all this memory manipulation and whatnot, that somebody like Morimura, either she could be completely different characters at certain points in time, but she could also maybe not remember certain things. So, like, are they maybe creating their own nemesis here, right? Is the fact that they're, like, they're finding out that certain kids or whatnot are doing certain things, and so she goes back in time and gives him nanomachines, but maybe that's what's ultimately just enabling something to go wrong in the first place? Also, What's up with the time gate? The fact that Tokisaka Shrine is mentioned here specifically is something that I find strange, because it was not 1984, it was 1977. So how exactly was she able to get there? Because as far as we've known up until this point, or as far as it's been talked about, she shouldn't have been able to get to that specific point in time. Unless when she was talking about that with Gota, she was lying. Was she even the one that said that? Like, maybe it's not actually true that they can only move to specific points in time. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Nothing else that I can access is that. Okay, so Kisaragi suspects something going on with Fuyusaka. So there are multiple different ways how this can play out. See, now this is actually really, really interesting, because this scene has an actual reason for why it repeats. Wasn't I talking about that last time? That I found it strange that some of these scenes had multiple different outcomes, and I was wondering why that was. Well, now I think we know, at least partially. The reason why these have flowcharts and why they can play out in different kind of scenarios is because whoever character is part of that particular scene apparently keeps being sent back in time in order to achieve something specific, or in order to maybe get more information or something like that. Ninja Gata chased Iori Fuyusaka onto a train and encountered a little girl. She changed her appearance between Fuyusaka and Morimura, which caused Gata to recall a forgotten memory from the past.
I guess when you put it like that, maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little.
So what else can we do here, though? I guess we could have also talked to Juro.
I'm back. It's happening all over again.
So now we have the League of Darkness.
That was weird. Why'd I think Fuyusaka looked like that League of Darkness lady? I'm not seeing things right.
So, is he telling me that somebody in that League of Darkness TV show actually looks similar to Morimura? Again, how the fuck does that happen? I mean, well, at the end of the day, there's really two possibilities, right? Either somebody specifically made these types of movies and TV shows to prepare something, or it really just is sort of a byproduct of people being sent back in time and them dreaming of things from the future and not realizing that they're a dream, but they utilize them to come up with these shows, TV shows and movies and books, and that's why they exist.
Who even is that voice? How'd I end up in this mess? And where the hell was I? It was like, I don't know. I feel like I saw it on some UFO show. Like an alien lab or something. It looked just like that. I was butt naked too. That League of Darkness lady. She said something weird when she had me at gunpoint. She said I was the one who had this key in the first place.
Yeah, that's definitely
None of
weird.
this is ringing a bell. Can't figure this out.
He had the key in the first place. What does that mean? I wonder if that's more something about his ability to get the key rather than actually physically having the key.
You're acting kind of weird.
Yeah, it's really getting to me. I'm already sick of all this shit. But what can I do?
What did I just do in order to... Okay, this is just these guys being here. But that we already did,
Hey,
right?
You don't look so good. Seriously. You're being really weird.
So I need to somehow get Juro Korabe back onto the station, and then maybe I'll be able to talk to him.
Yo.
Oh, I can just talk to them as well.
What are you doing?
Usami-chan!
You trying to pick on Iori now?
Please, Kisaragi. Just relax for a sec.
What?
I'm begging you here.
Let's do this first.
So, that League of Darkness version of you. I mean... Okay, what's your connection to that black catsuit lady?
League of Darkness? What are you talking about?
Damn it, I sound like a total loon. I mean, the key. You told me something like, I used to carry this key, right?
Ogata-kun, I'm really not sure I follow.
Ah, damn it. I gotta figure out how to say this right.
Is she just pretending,
okay, so you
or...
haven't said it yet, but you're going to tell me soon. You know what I'm saying, right? I just want to know what it all means.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Man, this shit's so hard to explain.
The train's leaving soon.
Let's go, Okino-kun.
Wait, now I'm not on it, though. How does that help me? I wonder if she's just sort of pretending not to know about this, or if it's actually some different version of her. Juro doesn't seem to be here either, though. He's still here.
Look what we got here. Ogata, most punchable face in the city.
I wonder if this is just playing out the same way as it was before, though.
This guy.
Or is there something else here?
Think you're better than me?
Oh, I can talk to him about a key?
Hey, you guys got this key thing?
What key? What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know, man. Just whatever keys you got.
I had my motorcycle key, but my teacher took it away.
Yeah, boo freaking who.
Huh. Okay.
It's about time we settled our shit.
You gotta chill out, man.
Oh, yeah? Do you think this is funny? Am I a joke to you?
No time for this crap. How about we talk this out?
How about screw you? No more running. We settle this right here, right now.
The hell am I meant to do?
The train's already here. I'm gonna go.
Hey, hold it! I mean, just hang on a sec. I really need you to stay off that train.
Okay, seriously, what's going on?
I don't even know how to describe it. Just... It'll be really bad.
You trying to run?
You think I'd run from you? Huh?
It's a bit strange that these two things are now sort of weirdly connected.
Whatever.
You think I'd run from you?
So I wasn't able to talk to her anymore because I'm not able to run away from them.
Can't just leave her alone.
Okay, I don't think I did this right. Maybe I should have just waited for her train or something.
Damn it. Always turns out the same. The train gets derailed, and Kisaragi doesn't make it.
Did you find the key? Answer me, Ninja Ogata.
Man, I don't goddamn know. Who the hell are you? What's even going on here? You gonna explain any of this shit?
Find it, and I'll tell you. If you want to survive, you need to find the key. Time for a do-over. You're going back.
Hey!
I feel like I was close to doing something different there though, right? I mean...
Maybe you've got a point. I should slow down and think a little. Still though... Hey, are you even listening?
Because I guess talking to her about the train derailment again would have maybe prevented her from going on the train.
Where are you going?
I don't want to talk to those guys though. I think they locked me out of doing anything. Man, I'm really, really fast. Holy shit. Can't talk to her again. Can I go anywhere else? Is there somebody else over here? Doesn't look to be the case. These two are still here?
Yo.
Ogata-kun! What are you doing?
I think that's the same dialogue as before, right? Yeah.
What?
I'm back.
So Kisaragi always gets and the train always crashes. How the hell can I make... Fuyusaka, that wasn't some magic trick, right?
What do you mean?
Anyway, I mean, that kind of thing ain't normal, right? It was some trick, yeah? Is this some kind of test?
A test? What are you talking about?
Is Okinono wondering what they're talking about?
Maybe you should actually explain what you're talking about, man. The train's leaving soon. Let's go, Okino-kun.
So now they are gone.
We gotta do something. The kaiju are coming.
What? Really?
We had this dialogue already.
How do you know?
Because I saw... Shit. Hey, Hey, Kisaragi.
What does that I have the key to...
Is that... Nah, I mean, hell...
These guys are just still over here, right? Can I talk to her about the train again, or how does this work? Can't be that I just need to wait, right? That would be kind of weird. I thought Juro was here as well. Like, how... Or can we just...
Hey, that's the wrong train.
Right. This isn't the train I get on.
Okay, I can't do that. I was wondering if maybe we're just gonna... we would go on to just a completely different train. Maybe she would follow? Do we just need to wait for her train to arrive now, or... And her dialogue doesn't change.
You don't look so... you're being real... you're being...
Where the hell is she going now?
The train's already here. I'm gonna go.
Hey, hold it! I mean, I really need...
Okay, serious.
I don't even know how to... It's...
Okay, now I can talk to her again about this.
They're coming. This train's gonna get derailed. It's gonna be a huge accident, okay?
Okay, whatever. My train's about to leave.
I'm being serious here. You can talk shit on me if you want, but believe me, just this once. Please, don't get on that train.
So? What do I do instead?
Let's just get out of the station. We gotta get out of here while there's still time. If we can just get outside this place, that's gotta change something.
But I mean, wouldn't we still... Okay, yeah, now they attack, but we're not on the train.
Come on, this way! What's wrong?
Sorry, my ankle hurts.
Where? Let me see. Probably a sprain. Get down!
The fuck? We're able to just hide from them? Why do they even look so weird? Like, what is that design?
It's gone.
Wait, so now what? Am I... what?
Man, look at them. How are there so many?
They're being pretty calm.
They'll destroy 1985 too.
We can't beat ourselves up over shit we can't change. Maybe there's no way out of this, but we'll never know if we don't run. Anyway, come on. We gotta keep going.
Well, now we have a different thought, though, that we can use.
Damn it. I'm back here. They showed up in the middle of the city. We couldn't make it out in time.
Did you find the key?
I don't give a shit about your key. Who the hell are you? If you can do all this crazy time crap, then save Kisaragi.
Tony Kisaragi. If you want to save her, you need to cooperate with me. I need you to find that key. If you give me its location, then I'll help her.
The truth?
Yes, I promise. Still, even if I was lying, you don't have much choice. All you can do is trust me. So find that key, and I'll see what I can do.
Fine.
I mean, maybe Kisaragi is the key to begin with? Lady of the League. Escape failed. So now there is... Now we have a thought that might enable us to actually save her and find that key.
Well, well.
Oh. Wait, I didn't even realize we didn't have her story yet. Holy fuck. Yeah, she's been in so many other scenes that, I don't know, I sort of just thought that we were following her story as well, but yeah, we didn't have her story yet. Holy shit. And his is actually logged now, okay. Ninja Ogata and Tomi Kisaragi left the station break-free from the repeating train accident only to find that the kaiju have already invaded the town. We need to clear wave 5 for that. Man, what I also find really, really interesting is you have a lot of different ways of playing this game, right? I mean, obviously, they cut you off at specific points where you would know too much, I assume, right? So in order to experience the story properly, they just cut you off at certain points so that you don't have access to too much information. But there's a lot that you can do, basically, right? There's a lot of stuff that you can decide for yourself, because I could literally, I have access to that, right? I could literally just clear the waves and continue with the story, but yeah, I want to continue with the other stories first. I want to, like, for my playthrough at least, for now, I want to keep it the same that I've done it so far, which is, you know, do stories first until everybody's locked, and then I'm going to continue with the real-time strategy kind of game stuff. Okay, so do we actually now have all 13 characters, or is somebody still missing? So we have, let me see, on the left there's 3, 6, and on the right there is 6 as well, yeah. Now we finally actually have all 13 characters. Unless there is a secret one at some point, but I don't think so. Well, I mean, let's get into her story then, right? Tomi Kisaragi, we've already seen so much about her, I definitely want to know how this continues. Or starts, rather. She seems to know quite a bit, right, about kaiju tag and whatnot. So...
Oh, man.
Wait.
Another one! They've already got like 4 at the intersection. How many phone booths do they really need?
So, I guess it's that... Is this shortly after she came back in time to 1985, and now she's sort of... She finds all these things really cool because she's heard about that, but never seen it?
That bus is so old. What am I even looking at? And all these cars are so blocky. They look so weird.
Well, she's definitely quite happy about that, though, so... I mean, I guess you would be, right? Even with, like, a Earth-threatening situation going on, being able to go back in time and just look at that would still probably be a pretty cool experience.
Oh, I think I've seen signs like that before. They're just like in those retro videos I've seen under the Showa era tag. This is kinda surreal. Even the stoplights here are huge.
Wait, did they get smaller?
Stop wandering off on your own, Kisaragi.
Well, they both went back in time. Okay.
Wait, okay, for real though. They seriously haven't invented smartphones yet? This is so crazy! How do they even talk to each other?
Well, I mean, you just saw the phone booths. Oh, hey.
Whoa. Oh my god. We really are in the 80s. I can't believe that hair.
What?
Wait, does he know her, though?
Sorry, I just can't stop laughing. What even is that? A pompadour? The Showa era's so weird.
And what the hell are you laughing at? Huh?
Your hair, duh. I just said.
You trying to start shit?
Please excuse us. I'm afraid she's a little... well, she has difficulty with social interaction.
Hey! Don't make me sound like some kind of weirdo.
Yeah, but you're kind of being a weirdo, though.
I'll give her a talking to once we're home.
Goddamn freaks.
You sort of... well, I guess he could be her older brother or something.
Stop causing problems. You realize we're only here with the help of this era's facilitators.
The fuck?
If we're to be accepted here, we must respect the place.
The hell
We're
of...
essentially foreign refugees. Don't forget that.
The hell are facilitators?
So, about those facilitators. You mean Shikishima? The military corporation? All they care about is getting their hands on future technology. You sure we're not being used?
That is not your concern.
I remember seeing that company in the news back in 2025. They make everything from fridges to missiles. They've got tons of factories across the world.
I guess with the implication being that their future company sort of retroactively established themselves back in other timelines too, so that they can... See, once again, question being, are we on like multiple timelines? Is this some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy kind of deal?
Sakura High. I trust you know where to find it? It's the same school. I expect you'll adjust quickly.
That is not my school. Everyone from that class is old enough to be my mom. Don't act like it's the same. We left mine back in 2025.
Okay, so I guess this would be a couple of weeks or even months prior to the other scenes with the girls and everything, where she's also in. Like, they become friends, but currently she's just somebody who went back in time and then goes to the school.
So in 2025, I would have turned 16 next month. But now, I'm way back in 1985. So, like, how old am I, technically?
That's interesting. She's actually younger than I thought they were. Wait, so she's not even 16 yet? I kind of thought they were all... depends. Aren't they... Technically, they're all first years in like, Japanese high school? I don't really know how that works, because I think... I'm trying to connect it to other sort of media from Japan. But I guess, so in Persona 5, your second year's in high school, right? And they're all like 16, close to 17, some of them. So I guess it will make sense if they're a first year here that they're all sort of 15, 16 then. Okay. Makes sense.
Take me back to my own time.
I thought I explained this already. The world was destroyed.
Okay, fine. Let's say that's true. I've still gotta go help my mom and dad.
They won't be there. It's already too late. I doubt you'd get the clearance to time jump anyway.
That another one of their orders?
Whose orders?
I didn't want to get dragged into this. Am I supposed to just take it? Whatever you say?
Precisely. You should count yourself lucky to have escaped with us.
I never saw it myself. The world was destroyed, apparently. What do I even say to that? Yeah, cool, got it. Still, even if I begged to go check it out, something tells me they aren't gonna let me. What I need is a little leverage over them. I gotta make them an offer they can't refuse.
Okay, so Renya got her and jumped with her back in time before the attack even started, I guess. Which in a way makes sense if they want to use her for something here in the past, then obviously you would, like, you would get them before the attack happens, right? Because otherwise there's a chance they would have died. What I find so interesting is that all of the characters, they all have some sort of other motive as well, right? Which, in a way, I find really strange, because whatever's going on with either Shikishima or other sort of potential parties in this whole kind of deal, like, do they not see that? Aren't they aware that characters would try to, like, I guess, do other things other than the ones they're ordered to do? Sort of that same weird deal with Megumi, right? That she's sort of she's only doing the stuff because she wants to get her Juro back, but somebody's using that as well.
Until further notice, here are your orders. Do not act on your own. Remain inconspicuous. And for now, simply attend school as usual. Am I clear?
What's the deal with this old building? Why are we sometimes in the old one, sometimes in the new one?
So everything back home's been destroyed? Yeah, right. I'll believe it when I see it. I gotta get leverage and go back to my own time. So in 2025, I would have turned 16 next month. But now, I'm way back in 1985. So
Yeah, we already... Wait, why is this considered a new thought? That's weird.
Shikishima's a conglomerate with political ties. They made it big during the Meiji modernization. You always see their branches on Employer of the Year lists. Back in the Meiji era, they were shipbuilders, but they expanded into aviation and a bunch of other things. During the war, they did a lot of weapons R&D. And now they make everything from home appliances to rockets. Shikishima Industries is just one of those branches. Their machinery is known all over the world.
However that might tie into the future.
Usami-chan, did you check out all those books? What are they?
What kind of books? Oh, these ones.
Hey, do you mind if I take a look?
They're not that interesting.
I just want to peek.
Is she trying to find out a lot of stuff about this area?
Quarterly? Corporate guides. Economic reports. This is impressive, Usami-chan. Are you studying for a career in business?
Not really. I was kinda looking for some leverage. You know, dirt on some big shady corporation. So then I could, like, control them a little.
Huh? Sami-chan, that's a little weirder than I was expecting.
Which, so does that confirm that Renji Gota in this case actually works for Shikishima? And she knows about that?
I could do this in a snap if I had internet here. Manually searching through books? So inconvenient.
Internet?
Like, you know, net profits, big business talk, or something. I scoured the whole library for reference materials. Wasn't hard to find things on Shikishima, but it's just like stock market stuff. I should have known. Nothing I could use as leverage.
Well, I mean, it's very unlikely that you would find something like that just in like some library books. But then again, you know, if there's shady stuff going on, it might be more, not necessarily the information itself that's of interest, but rather how you connect it, right? Connecting certain bits and pieces of information might lead you to something that just doesn't quite add up and could be some sort of hint as to something going wrong.
Hey, Miwako. I know this is random, but there's this company called Shikishima Industries. You know anything about them?
Shikishima. They're the ones who make ships and things, right? I have this old friend. His father works for them, I think.
Seriously? Miwako, can you do me a favor? I want you to introduce me.
Sure.
Yes. Those big megacorps always have shady stuff hiding in their HQ.
You think so?
One step closer to getting the dirt.
I'm just wondering, so if Shikishima really is as big of a company as they're portrayed to be here, then... Well, I mean, big companies can still hide stuff, right? But it's usually, it would be like a specific branch that's doing some shady business. Not the entire company, right?
So in 2025, I would have turned
Wait.
it now? I'm way back in... So like...
Wait, why? Huh? Why was that marked as a new memory again?
You said your friend goes to the school, right? They're still not here. Did you get the meeting time wrong?
No.
Did they just ditch?
Don't worry, he'll be here soon.
I wonder who this is going to be.
Promises.
What's up? I'm here.
Should have known it was him.
It's that Pompadour guy. Hold on. What's he doing here?
This is my old friend, Nenji Ogata.
You're kidding.
So, where's she at? You said some girl was looking to ask me out?
What?
Well, that would be her, Usami-chan.
Huh? You're the chick who shat on my hair. Real dog face, aren't you?
The heck is that supposed to mean? I take it you're not calling me a cute puppy. Okay, hold on. What did you say to this guy?
Just that a girl I knew wanted to tell him something.
And he thought that was a confession? How dumb is he?
I'm standing right here.
Definitely not the best start if you want to find out something about the corporation his like relative works at. But okay.
The perpetual, man.
Please, can we all calm down?
Poor Miwako.
I've been looking all over for you. What was... Huh?
The fuck?
I could have sworn I just saw them.
Usami-chan! Usami-chan!
Huh?
Oh, good. You weren't waking up. I thought you might have died.
The fuck is happening?
What just happened?
I don't know. There was some kind of flash, and then we were here.
Did Fuyusaka do this accidentally, or did Goda do something? How? What?
Damn it.
Still alive over there, Captain Pompadour?
It's a great
My
name.
name is Nenji Ogata. Get it straight, dogface.
Oh, excuse me, Captain Pompadour. I'm Tomi Kisaragi. Don't give me any stupid nicknames.
All right, smartass.
Please, we can't be fighting right now.
I mean, I'm just kind of confused by the car behind them. So this is the destroyed world of the kaiju attack in like 1985, right? So they went into the future, but only by like a year?
What happened to all these buildings? It's like...
We were attacked.
Do
You know about that?
I know the city got leveled. You saw that flash, right? Must have been a nuke.
a nuclear
What?
bomb?
You realize we were at school just now. Isn't this downtown?
Way I figure it. The blast must have knocked us all the way over here.
Yeah, sure,
Hey,
buddy.
never mind. You're just a moron.
Hey!
You're like a big greasy roach. I bet you could survive a nuke no problem.
You got a better idea? What the hell else could have happened?
If we're here, then... No way.
No way, what?
The world got destroyed in my time. According to what Goto said, anyway. So maybe...
Maybe the same thing happened here as well.
If it's nuclear war, then that means... There's radiation everywhere! We're going to die!
You would have already been dead if that was the case.
Deep breaths, Miwako.
I'll try.
So... Yeah, how do we get here and what are we meant to do now?
This is... Keiaki-cho.
Huh? Oh, you're right. Look at that sign.
It must be near the shopping district.
The hell? You know how far that is from school? Look, I don't know what the hell happened, but nobody else is here. Think they all evacuated?
Right, that's another thing that we found out about last time that I already had sort of, well, not forgotten, but it didn't come up again up until now, but... like, there are no dead people around, right? As if they've been teleported away. It's getting stranger by the minute. As if it wasn't strange before, right?
Miwako. Dad. Mom.
So if this mainframe kind of thing, if it really is some kind of arc, then maybe all the people of all the different timelines have been transported to safety somewhere? Like, how would that work? Is that even possible? That would be an insane number of people.
Wait, you hear that?
That's a
rescue helicopter?
no, those are kaiju.
What the hell is it?
Hide, now!
That ain't some kind of bug, is it? No way. The thing is huge. Looks like it's clear.
So those were flying kaiju, I think.
This isn't the city you two know. It's hard to tell with everything messed up like this, but I think we're in the year 2025.
Really?
2025?
I don't think so. The car doesn't look like
This is
it.
my home. Well, was my home, I guess. In case I didn't mention, I came from the future. Usami-chan, we have an emergency! I found someone else back there!
Is this really 2025? That seems strange to me. I mean, if she says it is, I guess it is. I judged by the car, right? But maybe something or someone is messing, like, with her. If she originally came from that time, why would she suddenly be sent back there? 3 files updated. Nenji Ogata. Oh, that's interesting. It got updated in the middle. His father is an executive of Shigeshima Industries, so he grew up a rich kid, childhood friends with Miyoko Sawatari. Sawatari claims that Ogata is not the type to break promises. Well, now this makes me think, if he got nanomachines implanted within him when he was 7 years old, do you think that maybe because of that, his father got made an executive at Shikishima? So that they would have control, or more control, over Nenji, possibly, or at least know what's going on with him. I'm just wondering how this connects back to his story, right? With the key and everything that he's supposed to look for. Wonder if he himself or his nanomachines are the key they're looking for, but I mean, that still might be a thing, right? Because maybe the key to his scene is really just that you're getting him to safety. Maybe it's not about anybody else, but just him. Getting him to safety because his nanomachines are the ones they're worried about? But then again, who the hell are they talking about in the distant future then? Or to, rather, not about. Because if they keep sending him back in time, he's already himself, right? I mean, why would he need to be sent back in time if they already have him? Unless it's, again, this weird self-fulfilling prophecy kind of deal where he basically needs to rescue himself so that he can even properly exist in the future? Wait, that's the first time we got her entry. Tomi Kisaragi comes from the destroyed future of 2024. People tend to think she's sassy because of her candid, unbothered demeanor, but she's quick-witted and strong-willed enough to overcome most stresses. Her nickname is Usami. Usami is a nickname that plays on her first name Tomi. The to in her name is the same character for rabbit or usagi in Japanese. Mi is some way of reading the Japanese character that means beauty. Usami makes Usami. Oh, that's cute! So she's a beautiful rabbit then, I guess. Huh. That's cute. That's what I really like about Japanese, right? And what you can do with like the kanji and everything. So many cool sort of language references. In 2024, she uploaded a video titled Inaba Rabbit on a video sharing site, showcasing her talented singing skills. Right! I completely forgot about that. She is some kind of like YouTube star, or at least a somewhat known YouTuber in 2024. Not that it really matters. I think that's more like her backstory or something. Although then again, maybe they decided to take her back in time because she was able to influence people or something. Now we have information about the different areas as well. Eras as well. So we have a kaiju attack in 1940. Then we have a kaiju attack in 1980. The kaiju are about to appear in this area, that's what makes me, or where I thought, I mean, maybe I was right and they are in the destroyed 1980, but she was just assuming that it's 2020 because that's the only quote-unquote destroyed world that she knows about, or she's been told by Goda. The 19 Eras is an era of countless innovative products and technology, such as mobile phones, video cameras, small PCs, and video games. It's also an era that saw a global shift from industrial societies to information societies. And then we have 2020. City is in ruins due to the kaiju attacks. 2016. 2100s. So we have 4 distinct kaiju attacks that we know about. In the 40s, the 80s, 2020s, 2060s. We don't know if they appear in 2100 anywhere. They might be, though. I mean, technically, one of the scenes that we saw in that sort of underground laboratory, weren't they talking about something along the lines of the surface being destroyed? Unless that's some sort of fake out and they're actually in the future of the 2060 kaiju attack. Man, it's fucking hard to tell. Okay. So let's see. A refugee from the future, Tomi Kisaragi, was suddenly shifted to a desolate world along with her friends. Let's see if we can find out who they just met.
I'm thirsty.
Stranded, day 1. I'm trying to look at the environment and if we can make out what year we're supposed to be in. Again, the car definitely looks more 80s like.
This place isn't what it used to be. Back in 2025, it was my home.
Oh, hello. Huh. I did unlock her story. What's she called? Shimano? No. Something along those lines. That's definitely one of the girls that we know the least about so far.
How's Senpai doing?
She was struggling for a while, but I think she's calmed down. We need to get her to a doctor.
Maybe, but how are we supposed to do that?
Right, so she's her senpai. She must be like a second here then? I think we've been told that at some point.
Shinonome senpai.
Shinonome.
Do you think she came here at the same time?
What did I call her? Shimano?
We'll figure it
That's
out
somebody
when she
else.
wakes up. Anyway, once that
Shinonome.
moron gets back, let's decide what to do from here.
Okay.
Shinonome senpai. I saw her hanging around Goto. Maybe she's from the future too.
Could be. Well, the thing is, she still looks somewhat similar to a girl we saw in 2189, I think. The one that was talking to the future self of Keitaro Miura? Huh. But then again, that future Keitaro Miura somehow, I think, inserted like a cloned version of himself into the 1940s, right? So maybe she sort of did the same thing? Seems far-fetched, but for this game?
Oh, there you are.
Nice of you to drop by.
I'm back, Miwako.
You've got some nerve.
What?
I take my eyes off you for 1 second, and you just go running off looking for your own house? We were waiting for you, you know.
Yeah? And how's that sickly looking second year?
Well, she hasn't woken up yet.
You were stuck here either way.
You're really gonna give me that?
He was looking for his house?
So how was it?
Before we get into that, here, have a drink. Copped it from a busted vending machine. You too. We're not gonna last long without food and water. There should be cans lying around if we look.
Thanks.
Canned soda.
Hey, I found a calendar when I was digging around.
Ooh.
The year on it was 2025.
Okay, so we are in
This
2025.
really is the future.
Still, like, slightly weirded out by that car, but I guess it was... I wonder if they did that on purpose, or maybe I'm also just not, like, seeing that correctly, or maybe we just kind of accidentally ended up next to a 1980s car shop, but in 2025. I don't really know.
Everywhere I looked, the place is falling apart. It's no different from here. But I'm telling you, there was some crazy shit out there.
Like what?
Kaiju. Dead ones everywhere.
Dead kaiju.
One was like a metal centipede. Big as a truck. Another one was real stocky. The size of a damn building. They were just lying all over the place. I never liked creepy crawly things. I couldn't stand to look at them too long.
How did you know they were dead?
How do you think? They were torn apart. It was pretty obvious. What? You need to see it to believe me?
But we saw a couple of flying ones that were still active, so somebody tried to defend the city but failed?
So, did you find your house?
You could say that, but it wasn't there anymore. Guess it got replaced by some skyscraper. Wasn't looking so hot, though.
What about my place?
Sorry, but it's the same deal. Place is nothing but a giant parking lot.
What about Mom and Dad?
If this is 2025, that means 40 years have passed. Your guess is as good as mine.
I wonder what happened to my place.
Let's take a look at them.
Check out the kaiju. Where were they?
Hey, wait! Miwako, stay back with that second here. Over here.
Sumichu Kaiju remains.
Nail, right?
Morimura. Megumi. Were they planning on fighting those things?
And apparently they did. But still failed?
This is some kaiju. Looks more like a machine.
Well, it is.
I was talking to Natsuno. Maybe this thing's a big alien weapon.
Are we gonna find out more about what they're made out of? Or something? I mean, clearly they're not alien. I think that's kind of very obvious. Kind of waiting for the point where the game says, no, by the way, they are alien. You've been wrong the entire time. But I don't think they are.
Is this a control panel? For an alien machine, it looks pretty familiar. Guess we're not so different.
Wait, I thought they were AI operated, though. Why would they have a control panel? That wouldn't really make sense. Unless they weren't AI operated initially? Or when they were designed, but were taken over by some rogue AI?
What's up?
Nothing. Just thought I saw someone. Over there, in the rubble.
Where? Maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you.
I swear I saw it. Oh shit.
What?
Kisaragi, hide!
What the hell is going on?
Don't be stupid!
What's your deal?
More kaiju coming? Oh, wait, what the fuck?
What is that?
Get back in here!
Oh, you think the men in black at some point were just these normal weird android thingies? The fuck are they doing here? They're fucking creepy looking, by the way. Okay, what the hell? Now we have another sort of faction that's part of this? Unless the kaiju... Like, are these android things part of them? Have they also been taken over by the Deimos Code, or... But what are they doing here? Why would they be going through the rubble? What would they be looking for? They are technically from, like, 2100, basically, right? That's where we saw... Who was it who tried to do this? Somebody was trying to recreate Tomi Kisaragi as an android, right? So at that point, these androids already existed. And I guess the Men in Black that we've seen are probably a bit more of an advanced version of these androids, but who sent them? Why are they a thing? And why are they still here in this destroyed world?
Was that an alien?
How should I know? But one thing's for sure. It's bad news. That thing was straight out of the movies.
Exterminator, right? It sure did look like it.
Meaning Terminator in our time. Huh.
Hey, look at this.
Huh? Dude, no way. That's the Shikishima Industries logo.
Uh-huh.
So
the
all these kaiju-looking things, Shikishima made them?
Yeah. That's something that was, or I guess somewhat obvious, right? The question being, weren't the Sentinels also, like, that's the question here, right? Why do kaiju exist? Why do Sentinels exist? Why do they fight each other? If they were both made by the same company somehow?
That means it wasn't an alien attack. It was a man-made one. But why?
Do it.
Biometric ID scanned. No match found. Access denied.
What the?
Okay, wait. Why do they have control panels? If they were created in like automatic factories and acted completely autonomously or like controlled by some AI or something, then this doesn't really make any sense. Unless you can manually overwrite them or something. Should I press something? Sure. Let's just press the white button, I guess.
Biometric ID scanned. No match found. Access denied.
I guess it's just always gonna deny us access?
Biometric ID scanned. No match found. Access denied. Biometric ID scanned. No match found. Access denied.
Okay. Cool.
Whatever I press, it's the same.
Maybe you're doing it wrong. Let me try.
Oh, he's gonna be able to do it, right?
With this stuff, you just gotta...
Because he has the nanomachines? She doesn't then, at least at this point in time.
See? Something came up.
Board member? Like, Shikishima board member?
Maybe because my pops is an exec.
Wait, you're a rich kid?
Shut it!
Shikishima Interstellar Development Division, year 2188.
Huh?
Holy fuck. Okay, so the... I guess it...
Project number 8834.
Interstellar development? Terraforming another planet?
Third phase, surface construction and modification. Colossal Autonomous Heavy Machinery, D-Series, D-800. Surface Excavation Unit, Giant Bowler.
This kaiju is Shikishima heavy machinery?
If that's true, these machines were made for planetary development. What are they doing on Earth? Especially in the past.
That's a big question, huh? The fuck? Okay, so... I mean, that confirms a couple of things that we kind of already knew. Now, okay, first of all, we definitely knew that the kaiju were man-made. I mean, that was very obvious, right? They were obviously robots and not some alien stuff. But, well, first of all, it's interesting that this seems to confirm that they're from the 2188 timeline. Which is also interesting because we've seen a scene from 2189, right? Which would be after these things were created. Well, I guess that doesn't mean much, right? That doesn't really tell us whether or not they were possibly already sort of... Because, I mean, there has to have been a point where they went kind of rogue, right? Wait, but they're... Okay, so let's just finish that particular train of thought. So, they were originally developed as robots for planetary development, right? So, makes sense, right? You would, if you had the capability to do so, we could just send robots anywhere and they would basically terraform a planet and make it possibly, you know, a place where humans can live. Okay, so far so good. Doesn't necessarily explain why they would be capable of time travel though, right? Might be that those two things are not really connected. I don't know. Seems to me as if they went rogue at some point, which is the Deimos code, right? Possibly referencing... Well, I mean, they're called D something, right? So Deimos is just their serious designation or something. Just what they're called, right? And their code base might have gone rogue at some point, or it might have been manipulated or controlled by somebody who wanted to use them for malicious things. Technically, you know, also that's maybe kind of a boring explanation, although maybe also a really, really cool spin. It could be that it's just an accident, right? So, like, maybe they were programmed, or their AI was programmed to just basically eradicate a planet completely and then rebuild it, you know, with, like, humans in mind. I wonder if that's a hint towards something. But couldn't it also be that they accidentally thought that they had to terraform Earth as well? And so they just attacked and wiped out Earth? Not because they are controlled by somebody malicious, but because they, like, their code just somehow bugged out and they thought they had to terraform Earth as well, even though they were originally meant to terraform other planets. That would certainly be a very interesting... In a way, that would be the most logical explanation from what we know so far, because that would explain why then the same company would possibly develop Sentinels to prevent that from happening. But we still don't really know why they would go back in time. Like, why back in time? How? First of all, how does that work? Second of all, why does it happen? And something that I was very curious about is in that other scene where we saw Morimura, I think Okino and Renya, and Goto and his possibly older self talking with each other in that underground, possibly Shikishima facility. They were mentioning that the factories that produced the kaiju were already up and running. So either they're referencing older kaiju models, which maybe the Sentinels are exactly that, and it's just sort of a fake out. They're not actually referencing the same kaiju that ultimately attack Earth. Because, like, if these kaiju now seem to have been built in 2188, which, I mean, didn't this get kind of confirmed by this? If their program or access panel or whatever that is referencing 2188, then that's clearly the year where they've been built. But why were they talking about the automated factories 80 years earlier already building these things? Unless it's just their software that is from 2188, but they've been built before? Huh. I mean, that'll probably be explained once we actually understand how these different times are connected to one another, right? Because I was just thinking, maybe there's some weird stuff going on where it's not actually different timelines, but the kaiju are both attacking the planet and then they're also rebuilding it, right? Because that's what they're programmed to do, and so they just repeatedly attack Earth. They've somehow been sent back in time, attack Earth and redevelop it, and then it's the same Earth. But I mean, that wouldn't really make that much sense, because people would remember that, right? And then also there's still this mystery going on of the people not really being there, almost as if they've been teleported out or something. But wait, then we also know about, the Kaijiro Miura in 2189 talked about him inserting himself into an earlier timeline. So, the fuck does that mean? Does it mean that future humans somehow developed other planets and instead of just utilizing them as normal sort of colonies, they just, I don't know, for fun or for whatever reason, made it so that, for example, they like terraformed Mars, and then they made Mars into a 1940s version of Earth, and just cloned in everybody the same way that they existed in 1940? But why the fuck would you ever do that? Because, like, and why would you then attack that thing with kaijus as well? Unless that's specifically what they're doing, like, maybe they're doing some weird research project where they're basically taking an entire planet that they found somewhere and they're recreating humans throughout multiple times in history for some reason. But they're always using the same planet, not different ones, so they'll recreate like the 1940s, but then they'll use the kaiju to come back again, destroy the entire thing, and redevelop the same planet as the 1980s or something. But why would somebody do that? It seems like a weird experiment. Like, what kind of reason would there be to do something like that? And also, well, I did speculate about that at one point, that maybe the sort of time jumps aren't actually time jumps, but only space jumps. So maybe they're just shifting back and forth between some sort of base. Maybe that's why the mainframe also exists the entire time. So maybe they're just being shifted into the mainframe and then back out again without maybe them realizing or something. But, I mean, there would still be a billion different other points that don't really fit together with those kinds of theories, right? Okay, don't we get any kind of update here? No. Man, that's really strange, because, like, I somehow feel like I'm definitely getting closer to uncovering at least one of the bigger mysteries of the game, but yet it always kind of starts throwing you curveballs where suddenly you're questioning everything that you think you might have found out at one point or another. Data from Kaiju remains revealed that the Kaiju are heavy machinery manufactured by Shikishima Industries for interstellar development.
In the far-off future, Shikishima planned to colonize other planets. And the Kaiju were tools for terraforming the surface. What are they doing here in the past?
Where's Shinonome?
Welcome back, Usami-chan.
Thanks. Did Senpai wake up? Darn.
I'm back.
Oh, maybe they just put her somewhere else?
We checked out the Kaiju. Turns out it's not a monster at all. Not an alien weapon either.
It's heavy machinery made by Shikishima Industries.
Heavy machinery? You mean like for construction? We were attacked by something like that?
They're from an interstellar development project even farther into the future.
Guess they were supposed to do work on some other planet. No idea why they went back in time. Or why they're destroying everything here.
That makes me wonder, though. I mean, first of all, how does this connect to Aegis? I mean, I still think that this Aegis code is just like basically an emergency switch to shut off their machines. Though we've also heard, I think it was Morimura saying something along the lines of using Aegis would ultimately doom humanity? No idea how that would work. And I was also wondering, like, if the Sentinels, for some reason, I mean, okay, so the Kaiju are from a very, very far future, right? Considering that, I guess even very advanced Sentinel machinery, or Sentinel weapons rather, wouldn't really, like, it would still be really, really difficult to fight the Kaiju. I'm just wondering, like, if the Kaiju, because I'm just picturing sort of in my mind, right? In a way, right, the Kaiju are just advanced versions of, let's say, bulldozers and cranes and whatever we currently use to build buildings and whatnot, right? I mean, in theory, a large number of those things could still be used as weapons, in a way, right? I mean, if you were to, let's say, maliciously use bulldozers and whatnot to just randomly destroy buildings, you could probably wreak a lot of havoc, right? So, you know, if you were to build machinery that can literally terraform an entire planet, that would have to be quite powerful machinery. But at the same time, I don't know how much of a chance it would have against actual weapons, right? That's, like, even if it's like futuristic technology. Well, I guess in a way, what's so interesting, right, is that I think the biggest advantage or the biggest, or the reason why these Kaiju are such a big threat is mostly because of their numbers, right? Which probably just stems from the fact, well, that they're made to colonize other planets. So you would have to have an insane number of them, right? Whereas the Sentinels seem to be very, very limited in number, possibly because they need compatible pilots. Although, I don't know why yet. In an interesting way, that does actually explain why most of the kaiju are fairly easy to take out during the strategy sections, right? There's just a lot of them coming, but ultimately they're somewhat easy to take out, possibly because they're literally just construction machinery and not actual weapons. Though now that I think about that, it makes me wonder, why are they trying to get to the terminal or to the mainframe? Why would they try to do that? So maybe there is something wrong with their AI or something. Either way, let's continue this.
That's how it is. I wonder what else we can find.
Here. Found them at a convenience store over there. Got enough for both of you. I'm not a big candy guy, so...
chocolate.
Thank you.
There's no time to be tired. What I need
That makes me feel
is a
little
sugar rush.
I mean, in a dire situation like this, eating chocolate probably is the way to go. Oh wait, we were already there. Why is that still an option?
Shikishima's a conglomerate with political ties. You always see their brand.
Can we not talk to him about the fact that he is the son of a Shikishima executive?
So how was it?
Well,
why do I have 2 red bars at the top, but I can only... Because we've already talked about the dead kaiju. Well, let's talk about the apartment then. Let's check that out.
to see. I'm going back to my house. Sorry. Just wait here for a bit.
Usami-chan.
Hey, wait! Miwako, stay back with that second here.
We've seen this scene quite a bit.
My apartment building. It's ruined. Sorry, I just had to get that out. I gotta stay strong.
You don't have to push yourself. If you want to cry, then cry.
Don't be stupid. I'm not crying.
Oh yeah? What's with the voice then? You got a cold or something?
I always sound like this.
Whatever you say.
Okay, didn't we already see a scene? I mean, we saw multiple scenes that took place in front of her apartment building, but didn't we also have a scene with her in it? I'm trying to... Was that with Juro or somebody? Like... I don't remember. I would have to go back to the...
First floor. They had this pear tart I used to get. It was so good.
Didn't she, like, mention that to somebody else?
We loved those things.
That one of your friends?
Yeah. Megumi. You saw what was happening here. That's why you...
That's why she's trying to do those weird things in 1985? Wait, she also shot her, though, right? Did that already happen at this point in time? I guess it must have. Does she remember that? Megumi.
do this to me. Like, what, I'm supposed to go to class and pretend everything's normal? Well, it's not. This place is 40 years old.
Okay, so this is shortly after she arrived at the school. The first time. So was Megumi already here at this point in time, or...? Wait, who am I supposed to talk to, Miyoko, or...? Oh no, never mind.
Those girls over there. They look about my age, but back home they must be in their 50s. It's too weird.
Yeah, that's definitely a very weird thing to think about.
Sorry for making you wait, Miwa-chan. Yuri-chan, where were you? There was a bed available in the nurse's office, so I took a nap. You skipped 6th period for that? I didn't really mean to, but yeah. When I woke up, class was already over. I messed up.
That's the girl who sits behind me in class. Must be nice. Oh well. No point feeling sorry for myself. Time to check out the library. I need to find some dirt on Shikishima. But jeez, not having a smartphone is suffering.
I also maybe wouldn't necessarily go to a school library for that, but rather an actual public library.
Megumi, wait! Tomi. So you're here too. I'm so glad you're okay.
Gota didn't tell her about that?
Megumi, what happened to our city? You were there, right? You stayed back. Well, my mom and dad, they're fine, right? Goto's just making things up. Tell me it's all a big lie. It has to be, right?
Wait, if Megumi is from 2025, then why is she even really involved with Juro? Is he from 2025 as well? No. Didn't he just randomly got shifted there?
Hey, that guy who just walked by. That's Izumi, right? He's in my class here, so I've seen him around. But when I talk to him, he's like a totally different person. He's all nervous and stuff. It's weird. Did something happen? As a result of battle, he lost his memories. Huh? Like, he hit his head? It'll all come back, right?
No, I don't think it will.
They said it was permanent. No way. So he really is a different person at this point. Does that mean he doesn't remember you?
Pretty much, yeah.
What now? Are we supposed to just give up on him? I could never ever do that! I'll never give up on him! I can't! I'm sorry.
How are they so closely connected, though?
Megumi. I'm so sorry.
The reason why I find this weird is that at one point we saw this scene that at that particular point in time seemed almost random, but we saw Tomi and Megumi walk on like the side of a lake or something in 2025, right, or 2024. And suddenly Juro appeared with his Sentinel, right, for some reason. So they knew each other before that point in time? Did we ever find out where Juro came from? He's not from 1985 either, is he? That's definitely another thing that's going to be interesting to find. Like, how are Juro and Megumi so close? Or were close? And how does Megumi... So how does she start the whole Fluffy thing then? And why? She starts inserting nanomachines into everybody else. So, are they somehow utilized? Like, is that to actually start up the Sentinel project, or is it to manipulate it? Also, I really need to take another look at the event archives and see who else she was with in that same scene in front of her apartment building. Kisaragi's house. The apartment where Tomi Kisaragi lived in 2025 was destroyed by the kaiju. The first floor of the building was a cake shop, popular for their pear tart. Yeah, wait, so... Kaiju attack in 2025. Juro Kurabe Izumi tries to protect the city by himself, but ends up losing. That's in 2025. But... what was that other scene about where he just appears in the lake? Just did he shift like a year back in time instead of 40 years at first? Okay, seriously, I think for the first time it's actually a good idea to come back here in the event archive. Tamao Kurabi, man, there are still so many other people in here that are all connected to all of this too. Okay, let's because there's an insane amount of entries here. Let's see. This is the boy from the future, 2024, Satsuki Pond Park. This is the scene that I was talking about. Megumi Yakushiji and her best friend Tomi Kisaragi walk through Satsuki Pond Park on their way home from school. Out of nowhere, a giant robot crash lands into the water before their eyes, along with a strange boy known as Juro Izumi. So, like, huh? After losing the battle in 2025, Megumi, Yakushiji, and Juro Izumi meet once again in front of the Down Sentinel number 13. A man that was Izumi's ally appears before them as Yakushiji holds the heavily injured Izumi in her arms. What the hell does this mean then? So did Juro get shifted into 2024 to then be able to defend the city in 2025? Or did he get shifted back from no. That wouldn't make sense, right? So he got shifted from some point in time to 2024 to be able to defend the city in 2025. Failed, and then got shifted to 1985 and made a different person. Man, that's all so weird saying that out loud. Okay, let me go to, let's see, Tomi Kisaragi. Nostalgia, that's when she goes back. That's what we just had. This is a scene that was actually some time ago, right? Where Megumi was talking to Ms. Morimura. This is the scene we just had. These are all the scenes we just had. Why is this going back to 1985? So this then has to be a point where they basically already, or at least Tomi Kisaragi already went to 2025 and saw what happened, right? And then somehow she came back and experienced all of this. Which is pretty interesting to know now, right? Which one of these scenes have a Tomi Kisaragi in them that already knows about all the futuristic stuff. That's when she gets shot. I was trying to find another scene that was close to this one, though. Did I misremember that? Was it not a scene with Tomi Kisaragi? Let's take a look at all of it. Can I find that same scene in all events? Here, those that eat cake together. Doesn't seem there's anything close to it that actually takes place in the same point, or rather in the same. The compatible. This takes place at the same place, but it's Goto and the young version of Morimura. I thought we had the same setting for someone else, though. I just don't remember at this point. Definitely going to be interesting how the whole Megumi stuff is connected to everything else. And who might have manipulated something. Okay, never mind. Maybe I was misremembering that, and I for sure thought that there was another scene that took place in front of the same apartment building. Or maybe it was, but no, I think technically all the, scenes should already be somewhat, they should all appear in event archives, right? Because I was just thinking that maybe we had a flashback or something where we saw like a part of that scene, but it wasn't actually recorded in the event log because you get the actual scene later on, but I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure that all the scenes actually get locked in the event log, right? It wouldn't really make any sense for it not to be the case. Okay, that's her story done for the time being. They were reunited in 1985. Kisaragi heard that Yakushiji's lover, Juro Izumi, lost his memories. Yeah, I really wonder how those two came together, right? If they didn't. Yuki Takamiya. How many stories do I have left currently? These two girls? That's it, right? It's just these two. Let's see how they fit into all of this. Because I feel like we've seen the least of them. We've seen Yuki Takamiya a couple of times as like a tough girl in 1985. She was fighting against that weird gang that Neji was also fighting. But I think we've also seen her in 1944. Which might be the time she's originally from. Let's see.
Huh?
Also, is she walking around with that gloves the entire time?
This must be it. Of course, the trek room's all the way in the back.
What the hell is she doing here?
Oh.
She looking for BJ, maybe? Is she potentially working for whoever Ace Sekigahara is working for? Wait, I meant to go back? What?
Nachan.
Oh, right, these two know each other. I completely forgot about that.
No way! Yuki-chan?
You got tall, Nachan.
Your hair's so long, Yuki-chan. I almost didn't recognize you.
You're the one who told me to grow it out. Remember?
That's right. You stopped writing back to me.
Like
I was
writing?
worried, you know.
Yeah, sorry. A lot of things happened after the move. But I just got transferred here. Today's my first day.
Really?
I knew you went to this school too. Figured I'd find you eventually. It's good to see your face again. Though, I never took you for a track girl.
Oh, there's so many things I want to talk to you about.
Aren't you in the middle of practice right now? I've got to get somewhere too. But now, we can see each other anytime.
Totally.
Keep working hard, Nachan.
You know it. Later.
Okay, so those two knew each other,
See you tomorrow, Yuki-chan.
and she just moved back here? Why did she ever move away?
Yuki-chan. So you're finally here.
The hell? What does it mean, finally here?
Nachan, my childhood friend. We went our separate ways in middle school, but we still kept writing to each other. She's the only person I really care about. Don't call me that. I don't like being called by my name.
But I just heard...
I didn't ask your opinion. Shut up. It's fine if it's her.
You remember me, right?
I don't know. Who are you again?
How about the guy you were destined to meet?
More like a random guy I bumped into in the shopping district.
Ah, right, so it's after...
Aw, you're so cruel, Yuki-chan.
I said quit calling me that.
So it's after he gave her a motorcycle ride.
Amaguchi. I've been looking for you.
Nenji Ogata.
The hell? Well, well, well. If it isn't Takamiya of Suzu High. What are you doing on our turf? Not trying to stake a claim, are you?
She just transferred here, actually.
So, okay, so she previously went to the school that the bullies are from? Like the... What was he called? Rojima? The bully guy with his boys, they were from Suzu High, right?
Built up a reputation as a tough guy. All the way back in middle school, actually. Every delinquent around here knows who he is. Some flirty rich kid who won't stop following me around. He seems to be close friends with a gang leader at Sakura.
Wait, with the what? Gang leader? Oh, wait, she's talking about Ninji. He's not really a gang leader, is he, though? Isn't he more on his own?
The transfer, huh? You got the wrong uniform on, sweetheart.
Oh, look! That's... It's just because that damn Four Eyes made a mistake. I mean... Obviously. Don't want to go around wearing those girly skirts anyhow.
Who the fuck is Four Eyes? The hell?
Seems kind of weird if you ask me. A transfer at this time of year?
Maybe that's just how it happened for her.
Or maybe she's trying to pull some shit.
Hey, just lay off already.
But why'd she come here of all places?
Why here? Well...
A few days ago, Ioward Government Building, SIU.
Go on then.
Didn't expect the detective to suddenly play... Ah, hello.
You're dismissed. I'd like to speak with her alone.
Detective works for the Special Investigations Unit, huh? Okay, so what's her role in all of this then? Why is she being recruited into this?
Yuki Takamiya, 16 years old. A first year at Suzugamine Girls High School. Entered a boys' school and engaged multiple delinquents. 12 of which were sent to the hospital.
12?
Your reputation
The fuck?
precedes you.
I went to Nigakuri to settle a score. And somehow the cops managed to sniff me out. One of those dicks must have snitched.
Yeah, I don't think that's the reason you're here, though.
You seem a little tense. Allow me to get to the point. We've taken notice of your particular set of skills.
I have a very particular set
We'd
of
like to
skills.
work with you.
Seriously?
Wait, are they really... what? Are you telling me they're really just sort of randomly hiring high school kids? That can't be true, can it? Like, just because she's a high schooler...
You're not interested then.
Oh, wait a second, man.
Stooge, and I don't work with cops. Go find some other sucker.
Your father, Heita Takamiya, currently serving a sentence for the murder of a gang member.
Oh, hello.
Yeah? So what?
There have been attempts on his life by other inmates. Not surprising, since the man he killed was a gang leader. I imagine it's a matter of reputation for them. Your father has been assaulted twice, but he is alive. For now. Now, if we were so inclined, it would be quite easy to transfer him to a safer facility.
Oh, that's a low blow,
Contingent on
man.
your cooperation, of course.
God, I hate you already.
So maybe they're trying to go after kids that are easily manipulated, or just sort of don't really have that many important ties to anyone.
Are
So
you
they-
familiar with Shikishima Industries?
So they wouldn't be missed or
Publicly,
something?
they manufacture a wide range of products. Rockets, planes, trains, ships, even home appliances. Not so publicly, it seems they're also developing nuclear weapons. We suspect they are colluding with another nation to do so.
And
What does
you're
that
just
have to do with me?
telling her that?
We began investigating and found that several minors are connected to these weapons.
What?
All of these children are of high school age and are being rounded up at a school affiliated with Shikishima.
The fuck are you telling? What? How can children be? I mean, I guess they're talking about the Sentinels. Wait, so at this point in time, he doesn't know about the Sentinels? Has he lost his memories as well? Because isn't he like the older version of Renya Goto, or did I get that wrong? He was also like in that facility in 2100. So, like, how does he not know what the Sentinels are and what's happening?
Shikishima. It's that company with all those commercials for TVs and fridges. So they're making weapons too?
It's all really strange.
He's behind bars for stabbing a Yakuza. Maybe he's nothing but a two-bit gangster, but he's the only real family I have. So they're using kids to make nuclear weapons?
Not really.
That's ridiculous.
It does.
If you bastards got that much dirt on him, why don't you just bust into Shikishima yourselves?
We'd prefer not to have this go public. And the less the police are involved, the better.
You are the police,
If you're
though.
not the cops, then who the hell are you guys?
We are a special investigations unit. Government established and affiliated. Some might call us spies. I am director of the SIU, and your superior.
She didn't say she'd join you. Also, you're technically still... Well, yeah, you're not the police, but you're still the government. I always hate it when they're doing this sort of... I mean, it's a very American thing to do, right? Technically, your government units should never work against each other. That is like one of the stupidest things ever, but okay.
That damn Four Eyes. He says there's some spy agency. It's short for Special Investigations Unit. They may not be cops, but they're honestly all the same to me.
That's because they kind of are. Wait, why can't I talk about the hospitalization again?
Any of those Curry boys end up dead?
3 had bone fractures, the others just bruises and scrapes.
That's too bad. Got something to say? They're the ones who laid their filthy hands on my friend. All I did was give them what they had coming. None of your damn business anyways. Alright, so they're making weapons. But what do these kids have to do with it?
I'm glad to see I've piqued your interest. Take a look at those documents on the table. It's a list of their names.
They're all going to Sakura High? But it's still, like... What? This suddenly seems very random, right? I mean, I'm sure we're missing some background information here, but... Wait, where are the documents he's talking about? Where am I meant to... Oh, there they are. There were a lot of different documents here.
Class 1B, Iori Fuyusaka. Class 2A, Renya Goto. More Class 1, Kisaragi, Karabe. Class 1C, Natsuno Minami.
We need someone to investigate these students. And that someone is you, Yuki Takamiya.
Nat-chan. But why her?
Ah, so you're part of this as well?
Who's this?
Allow me to introduce you. This is Ryoko Shinonome. She is another undercover investigator, and your superior. Just as she did, you'll be transferring to Sakura High School. We'll handle the paperwork.
Hey, pump your brakes, you old man. I haven't agreed to any of this shit yet.
Yeah, okay, so that's why she transferred then. I was thinking, right, that had to be linked. I'm wondering about Shinonome here, because she's wearing that headband. I wonder if this is after she was injured in 2025, possibly? And, I mean, he's saying that, yeah, it's, you know, I mean, I think that the older Goto here is pretending, right? He definitely knows what's going on. It's just this sort of nuclear weapon development he's putting... But then again... Is he just trying to keep tabs on his future Sentinel pilots, or is he actually against them? For some reason.
They got dirt on you too, Dopey?
Is she the one?
Yes, she is.
Hey, I'm talking to you!
She doesn't look like she knows much.
Well, what would she know? She didn't even go to the same school as everybody he just mentioned.
I can already tell I'm not gonna like you.
You have quite the abrasive personality.
So, what now? What if I say I still have questions? Doesn't do anything, right? Let's just say I've had enough of this.
We're not finished. Do you accept your assignment?
I don't give a shit about your assignment.
Well then, I think it's safe to say we're not getting through to her.
Don't worry. She will work with us. It's her destiny, after all.
Uh-huh. So, they already know she's going to. New school 2 weeks in. Still wondering about that, right? I mean, I know I've brought it up a couple of times already, but,
Where are you, Nachan?
she's looking for Natsuno. Makes sense.
Churro.
I'm just sort of... When you mentioned it's her destiny, right? I'm really... I just have this weird feeling that somehow they might have created their situation themselves, right? If time traveling is actually a thing, which is, there is a possibility that it's not, right? Which I also already talked about, but if there is time traveling, I wonder if they maybe somehow, if they somehow messed something up, or they just don't realize that they're actually creating their own problems or something. I don't think that's entirely it, though, because technically the whole 2188 part definitely seems to be sort of removed from the rest, so... yeah, I don't know how well the self-fulfilling prophecy kind of deal would work. Also, I need to check something out, so I'm gonna take a very quick break and then maybe a lunch break as well. But for the time being, I'll be right back. Well. That was a really satisfying lunch break. A bit longer than I wanted it to be, maybe, but yeah. Let's continue. Let's get back into this. Hopefully this has also cleared my head a little bit, because the game is quite something, right? I find that really, really interesting. It's not usually my, I guess, preferred style of storytelling, I would say. I don't necessarily always like linear stories either, right? Obviously, the game is presenting so many mysteries to you, and so many things that could go in so many different directions, that it's really, really intriguing and interesting. And obviously, I think sort of the subject matter and everything coming together in this game is what makes it so good, right? So there's a lot more going on. I'm just saying that this kind of, which is actually really, really impressive, and I think a pretty big compliment to the game, is that despite the very heavily non-linear storytelling, and despite the fact that they're not really answering a lot of questions you might have very, very quickly, like it all takes some time for you to actually get somewhere where you get answers, or at least something that resembles answers, right? But because of the intriguing initial setup and overall just this sort of sci-fi tale being a really good story so far, it still keeps you engaged, right? Whereas a similar structure, but with even slightly less interesting things going on, might immediately make this boring and, not really interesting to follow. So I think it's a pretty big compliment to the game that despite it being this non-linear and really not giving you many answers at all and just providing mystery after mystery after mystery, that they'll still keep you engaged, right? As I said, it's a very, very interesting choice and style of storytelling that I think, at least in this particular case, does work really well. Well, let's see what's going on here then.
Hey, you! Got a sec?
Currently not.
You're in Class 1C. That right?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you need something, or...
Wait, can I not ask her about that?
Natsuno Minami's in your class, isn't
Oh,
she?
hey, Juro.
Oh, yeah. She's been out for 3 days now.
Have you heard anything?
The teacher just said she was out sick.
Did they hear from her directly?
I don't know.
Is that just a coincidence, or is something going on with her?
Did you need something, or...
Yeah, let me just think for a second here, girl.
Sorry for bothering you.
Oh, I made her Miss Juro.
Yuri-chan, any news?
Not so no. I mean, it can just be coincidence that she's maybe ill or something. So, I'm just thinking, in the scenes that Natsuno had with BJ and everything that took place there, was that maybe before this? Because that might explain why she's
No one at the
gone.
school seems to know anything. I hope Natsuno-chan's okay. What should we do? Stop by Natsuno-chan's house again? Those weird guys might still be there, though.
Ah, the guys in black, okay. Yeah, it's definitely after that. And she got shifted in time, right? That's why she isn't here. Interesting.
Hey, you! Got a sec?
I'm just thinking that, didn't we see another scene with Natsuno and Yuki together? Or am I misremembering that? Because if so, then... I mean, I guess they find each other again?
Minami.
Who are you?
Takamiya, but that's beside the point. I want to know what's going on with Natsuno. Why hasn't she been coming to school?
It sounds like she hasn't been at home either. We went to her house yesterday, but her mom just kept apologizing over the intercom. The police were there too. Were they really the police, though?
Well, that's worrying. Thanks for letting me know.
Usami-chan!
What is Shinonome doing? Is she, like, keeping tabs on us?
Keep you waiting? It's okay.
I guess she might
Let's
be.
get going.
Nachon hasn't been at home either. And those cops, or whatever they are, what were they doing there?
What are you doing?
Oh, what does it look like I'm doing?
Those guys they thought were the police.
They're agents with the SIU.
Uh-huh.
In any case, Natsuno Minami isn't your concern.
Wait, I thought
She's
she was
part
one of the...
my assignment,
Okay.
so stay out of my way. Are we clear?
Hey! Hold on!
Okay. Once again, isn't this kind of weird? Like, this is yet another scene that just kind of seems a bit strange in terms of the setup. Because I don't think that she was recruited on accident, right? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's very apparent, right? It definitely... I mean, the reason why this SIU chief was looking for her is probably because he knows that she's going to play a part in all of this from some other timeline, basically. So I guess he's just sort of letting this happen, because otherwise, I mean, wouldn't they have investigated something like this beforehand? Like, obviously this SAU chief knows that she and Natsuno are/were friends and acquainted, right? So he must have known that she was going to start looking for her. So I guess he's just either that is all part of his plan, or he just doesn't care because ultimately he knows that Yuki's the one they need to task with this, because he knows something about what might happen in the future and that she's part of it. What I find really interesting, I know I've mentioned this, but that's like this really interesting feeling that you're getting throughout a lot of different scenes within the game, is that I feel like because they seem to know the future, or at least to some extent know what kind of time shenanigans are going on here, they're not that concerned about messing anything up, or letting other people know about this, or letting things go into the wrong direction or something, because I think ultimately they know that it's going to come back to what they know will happen, and or they can just go back in time anyways and fix it, possibly, or just wait for it. I guess that's another thing that we had with Ninji is his name, right? Earlier, where he constantly went back in time and searched for some key that we didn't find. I'm just wondering whether or not it just kind of means they don't care, because ultimately they're gonna be able to try over and over again until whatever they need to happen happens, right? I really, really feel that, like, this sort of feeling of, oh, they don't really care because ultimately it's going to work out. It's really interesting, right? Because it creates a lot of scenes that otherwise you'd think, like a secret government agency or people that know time and have to hide the fact that people can time travel, or that they have to hide that Sentinels exist, right? All this kind of knowledge typically is associated with a lot of secrecy and secret organizations and stuff, which, yes, Shikishima sort of does the same thing here as well, and there are sort of secret parties at work, and obviously not many people know about what's going on, but at the same time, the way they're interacting with that and interacting with each other has this sort of nonchalant, matter-of-fact way that doesn't really seem to care about potential consequences of stuff getting out or anything, because ultimately it probably doesn't matter, or it might just go back to the correct point in time anyways. It's going to be interesting to see retroactively once I'm through the game if that made sense, or if that was some sort of specific tell for something.
What could have happened to Nachan? I bet that four-eyed bastard has some answers. Time to do what I do best.
Call him. We can call him, okay? So as far as we know, Natsuno is in 1944 witnessing the first kaiju attack, I think. Ayuior, Gokyu Street pedestrian bridge.
This is unacceptable.
Oh, she
I
called
thought I made
him,
it clear that you are not to contact me.
I need to know what happened to Natsuno Minami. And I know you have answers.
Teenagers run away from home all the time.
That's what the police say, but the school insists she's out sick. Looks like nobody can get their story straight. So which is it, huh? I'm not an idiot, you know.
Your suspicions are not unfounded, but our investigation is still ongoing. I don't have a clear answer myself.
Is that so?
We don't know where she is, or even if she's still alive.
Oh, I guess he knows.
The evidence so far points to kidnapping.
Who the hell would want to kidnap her? Shikishima?
They could have done it without anyone realizing she was gone. There'd be no need to draw such attention to themselves. No, Someone else is behind this.
And that's who Shinonome is looking for?
Someone at the school could be behind this. It's possible they are there even now. In any case, the situation is dangerous. I suggest you keep your nose out of it. Shinonome-kun has this under control. As for you, Takamiya-kun, you will continue to monitor the other students as instructed. Have I made myself clear?
Screw that.
Okay, so he's a very, very interesting character, right? I mean, maybe it's just screwing with me that we know that he's going to appear in the year 2100, and he seems to be quite the central person to all of this. Either he's like a very, very good actor, or he's just omitting information in a really, really intelligent way. Because I don't think that he was straight up lying when he said he doesn't know what's going on, because ultimately the reason for why Natsuno jumped in time is because she found BJ, correct? And the SIU, so I guess these Men in Black agents that we've seen are with the SIU. Question obviously being, are they actual humans, or were they maybe brought back in time to the SIU and are actually these futuristic androids? Maybe that's just a coincidental thing, though. I don't know if that would actually be the case. Maybe also be fairly unimportant. I don't know. The thing is just, Natsuno jumped in time because she herself did something, right, that nobody else sort of knew about and or suspected. So I think the fact that he doesn't know what's going on with her was the truth, but I also think that he might suspect that she jumped in time, but just doesn't really know where or why or when, and is trying to figure that out. So when he said she got potentially kidnapped, maybe that's one of his possible investigations right now, is that if he's investigating whether or not somebody kidnapped her and jumped with her through time, something like that. Yuki Takamiya. Oh, that's a big article. Yuki Takamiya is a skilled Sukeban girl infamous across many schools as Takamiya of Suzu High. What does Sukeban girl mean? She's devoted to her friends, has a strong sense of justice, and is quick to get into fights. Natsuno Minami is a childhood friend of hers, and though they were separated for a while, she's still a best friend and one of the only people she can feel truly at home with. Tetsuya Ida, the head of SIU, blackmails her and asks her to infiltrate Juro Kurabe's high school. Which, once again, I mean, I think that she... the part about blackmailing her... Yeah, I don't know if you can really call it that. I think she's more following his orders because she wants to investigate herself. I don't think that she cares enough about her father to be really blackmailed into any of the stuff, which I think we can see in her actions, right? And they actually explain Sukeban. It's a term originating in the 1970s to describe delinquent girls. Okay, then I was sort of right in suspecting that. Deriving from the combination of another slang term, Suki, a now antiquated way to refer to women, and Ban, from Bansho, which refers to a leader of a gang for delinquents. However, Sukeban was used to describe any girl that was a delinquent, not just the leaders. Okay. So it's sort of a derivative term for, I mean, I can definitely see that this was being used as a term for girls that just sort of went out of line, but weren't actually delinquents, right? They were just trying to go against a very man-dominated establishment, I think. Special Investigations Unit Office, a room on the 5th floor of the government building in Ioi Ward, Tetsuya Ida's office. I always forget that he's called Tetsuya Ida. We've heard the name quite a few times before. Because I'm still not sure if he's just an older version of Goto or somebody completely different. Find it interesting that this is a mystery file as well. Might be a hint in there that it's in Aoi Ward. Okay. Yuki Takamiya transferred over to Sakura High School for an SIU mission. She started her own investigation after learning about the disappearance of her best friend, Natsuno Minami.
Cool.
Well then, let's continue with this.
Okay. What to do?
Hey, C? The fuck is that?
Can't go wrong with apple
Oh.
juice. Me and Nachan used to drink it all the time when we were kids.
I thought for a second it was connected to C class or something.
There you are. I've been looking for you.
Don't you have anything better to do?
Takamiya-san, you are the Holmes.
The what now?
I am the Watson. Erica Aiba, at your service. Please, call me Erica. I will do my best to assist you in solving mysteries. How would you like to start?
Right, I think that's the girl that we saw her talking to in, like, when we were playing as Juro, I think?
Are you upset with me?
Just been antsy without my cigarettes.
What? She's smoking?
I met Aiba while I was trying to find out more about Nachan. Seems she likes me. Follows me around like a damn puppy dog. Even my steeliest glare doesn't faze her. Frickin' weirdo.
She just wants to be friends, man. Don't be so mad about that.
The wind feels nice. Been keeping this place all to yourself, huh?
Well, could definitely see just nobody wanting to come up here if she's up here.
It's been several days since Minami-san has gone missing. She isn't sick, contrary to what her teacher says. And she didn't run away, contrary to the rumor that's been going around. It seems likely she was involved in something much more sinister.
It's actually quite funny that they're all sort of right on the money with that.
What should we do?
But just by coincidence. Because she's so kind of nerdy about that stuff.
I love mystery novels. I've always wanted to be a detective too.
But once again, I wonder if this has been... I wonder if somebody specifically sort of placed mystery novels and whatnot in these timelines to essentially create people like her that are curious about that stuff and nerdy enough to actually investigate things, and therefore might be able to aid in finding out what actually happened. Right?
I'm not playing pretend, you know.
Yes, of course. I am merely your capable assistant.
Huh?
Well, at least I'll try to be. What should we look into first?
This place is a dump.
Let's go to the hallway then, I guess. Oh, hi. You talk to her about that?
Natsuno Minami's still out, huh?
Seems like it.
Did you notice anything strange about her? Before she started taking days off, I mean.
Well, I haven't really thought about it. But now that you mention it, I noticed she was always hurrying to the track room at break. Even during class.
Because she was hiding
seemed to
BJ.
always be a bit anxious.
The track room, huh?
I wonder if BJ's still there. But no, didn't BJ travel with her in time?
She was in the track room even during break. What was Natchan doing? Is there anything else you noticed? About Natsuno Minami?
I did see her fervently scribbling something in her notebook. And it didn't seem like it was just notes on the lecture.
It's quite attentive for somebody who didn't really seem to care that much about her.
Natchan was writing things in this notebook. Things that had nothing to do with her classes. Could it have something to do with her disappearance?
Can we ask her something else? No. Oh, we can ask these guys, huh? Not Chan's friend. Wait, what? Let's talk to her first.
I got some things to ask you. Now you. You've been going to Natsuno Minami's house, yeah? Any news since? Oh.
Why can't we ask her about that?
Can I help you?
No. She was one of them. She's a name on the list in Four Eyes' file. Yuri Fuyusaka. And the one next to her, in the red glasses. Her, too. Tomi Kisaragi, I think? So,
Yes?
Oh, could you be... I mean, the way you're dressed. Are you one of those Sukeban girls? Oh, are you like hiding a razor in your skirt right now?
Wait.
Of course not.
This is the first time I've seen one in real life. Oh, wow.
Is your friend okay?
Interviewing. The word has such a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
You think? Cool. Huh. Can we do something else then, or... Oh, we can just... Okay, yeah, let's check that out. If she was always there, see if we can actually still find something.
You stay here.
I can see it clearly now. The primary suspect. I am certain. Their intentions were not pure.
The hell are you talking about? Okay, yeah, she's a bit too nerdy for my taste. Not that that's a bad thing, but... yeah. That looks like a girl we might be able to talk to. Or maybe not.
Excuse me. Do you have business with the track and field team?
Not particularly.
Can we actually... Oh, track member. Let's see.
You're on the track team, right?
I'm a second year and captain of the track team.
Okay, excuse me, Miss Special.
Did you need something?
I wanted to ask you about Natsuno Minami.
She skipped out on our last few training sessions. But I guess she's out sick?
Did she look sick to you?
She looked fine to me. Right?
Yep, I thought so too. I think it was after that one incident. That's when Minami-san started skipping training. And school too, I guess.
What incident?
There was a fire in the North building.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah. Maybe it's unrelated. But...
There was a fire? The hell?
Right around the time of that fire, Na-chan started skipping her training sessions for track. Could it be related? A fire? In the North building?
yeah, I heard an explosion started it.
Really? I heard it was arson.
It could be the same thing. Wait, there was a fire? Was that maybe... I wonder if that had something to do with BJ. Can we talk to her again?
You on the track team?
Yes. Oh, yeah?
Natsuno Minami is too, right? Did you notice anything strange about her? Besides her being absent from school.
Well, depends what you define as strange, but... Natsuno did stop coming to training. But I'd still see her in the locker room.
Doing what?
It seemed like she was there to get something.
Something like...
Some kind of UFO-looking thing? I don't know exactly.
What?
It just looked like a box when it was in her bag.
Why would you say UFO-looking thing? It literally just was a box. It's just a white box.
Something that the girl on the track team mentioned. She said Na-chan went into the locker room to get a box. And described it as some kind of UFO gadget.
Well, I guess if you think of it as a gadget, maybe that works better.
You know anything about the fire in the North building?
No.
Would that fire be related to anything here, though?
You heard anything about that fire in the North building?
No, I'm sorry. I don't know anything.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
For
no.
authorized personnel only?
It's just a damn locker room.
I was gonna say, I mean, I guess, like, obviously you wouldn't want strangers in a locker room where they can steal stuff, right? Obviously not, but... authorized personnel
Room as long as that ditz is around.
is a weird way
I
to
have no
describe
choice.
that.
I gotta ask for her help.
But yeah, let's distract the girl and then go into the locker room. Not suspicious at all, since we've tried to enter it twice now.
Yo, Aiba. I want to take a look around the track room. But that goody two-shoes over there keeps stopping me.
You want me to be a decoy?
What, you don't want to do it?
Oh, good heavens! You and I are partners, Takamiya-san. I shall not let you down.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see what you can do then.
Hold her attention until I get inside the room. Wait for me out here when you're done.
Is she like doing that on her own now, or? Oh yeah, okay.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yeah?
I would like to inquire about Minami-san.
You too?
Oh, was there someone else?
Well, yeah. What did you want to know about Natsuno?
Oh.
I don't really know. I guess we don't really... Yeah, sure, leave the door open. That's not going to be suspicious at all. Oh, I guess the door just closes on its own.
Huh?
Oh, no, never mind.
I thought you were supposed to be distracting that girl.
She was called over by her senpai. So, off she went.
Tiny nameplates. Nachon's. Found it. This must be that notebook.
It's honestly pretty cool.
Nachon's class was talking about. She said she saw her fervently scribbling into it.
It's pretty cool that everybody has their own locker, I think. It's a pretty, like, neat thing to do, because that would mean that you can just keep your track stuff at school. Well, I mean, you'd still need to, obviously, bring your own... Ladies. Fuck's sake, just had to sneeze. 4 times in a row. Oh, wait. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, obviously you'd still have to, like, exchange your clothes and stuff, right? Because obviously they'll get sweaty and stuff, but still, that's pretty awesome. Okay, so now we have the notebook.
What follows is an investigative record of important moments in time and space.
Record number 1.
I have finally encountered my destiny. He has arrived from outer space. An actual extraterrestrial being. In summary, whoa. Aliens really do exist.
Yeah, I mean, for somebody who hasn't really witnessed what she's witnessed, that really sounds kind of nuts, doesn't it? As if she's gone totally off the rails.
An extraterrestrial being. Did Nachon make all this up? Or is it possible she really was abducted by aliens?
What follows is an investigative record of important moments in time and space.
Record number 2.
These advanced life forms have managed to conquer time and space itself. Who could have dreamed that their technology had such capability? An actual gateway to time travel, right in Tokisaka Shrine.
Tokisaka Shrine. Maybe Nachon went there. Either way, it's definitely a clue.
Wonder if we might be able to find that time gate.
Tokisaka Shrine. Maybe Nachon went there. Either way, it's definitely a clue.
What follows is an investigative record of important moments in time and space. He says he's
number
looking
3.
for a robot. It's called Sentinel number 17. Writing inside of it seems to enable him to fight against evil aliens.
A robot. Could this be what Four Eyes was talking about? Is this the weapon Shikishima is developing?
That's actually pretty, like, if she would go back to him, right, and just straight up say, oh yeah, by the way, what about Sentinel number 17? He would probably have a heart attack, right, that she suddenly knows about that.
Tiny nameplates. Nachans. Found it. Nothing I haven't already looked at.
Well, that was weird. Why was that an option? Sometimes the game just... That's maybe the only sort of small criticism that I have currently about the game, is that sometimes it seems a bit inconsistent as to what is being counted as already having done it or read it, and what isn't, right? Because we've, for example, already heard these 3 things, yet they're still green again because we're in a new scene. It's a bit weird, but okay.
I thought I told you to wait outside.
I can't do that. The locker room of the athletics building. Just think of the drama that unfolds here.
The what now? What the hell are you talking about? Okay, so can we look at anything else, or do we need to just leave? Yeah, I think we have what we were looking for, right? Oh, guy's back. I just, like, his look isn't suspicious at all. In a school, no less, right? Alright, let's see. Can we talk to somebody else about something?
Hello.
Black suit.
Hey, don't talk to me.
Alright, she probably suspects that he's part of that.
I'm Takamiya, with the SIU. I assume you've heard about me?
So you're the student on the inside.
So you're not here to supervise me? What's the deal then?
We received new intel. Confidential information from Shikishima was brought here.
About those weapons?
Cram it, will you? Just ignore me. Worry about your own mission.
Yeah, buddy, I don't think it makes much of a difference whether or not we ignore you or not. You're just way too suspicious in that getup. But okay. So the confidential information he was talking about obviously is the robot, right? So what now? Guess we'll go back to the hallway then? Maybe we can investigate something else? Where? The fuck's his problem? Did you recognize her?
Have a minute? I got some things to ask you.
Oh, do we? Oh, we can ask her about the fire as well.
That fire in the north building. Know anything about that?
I heard a teacher talking about it. They said it was caused by a delinquent smoking cigarettes. It wasn't you, was it?
Hey, I laid off the cigs after I transferred here. Which means I'm not getting my nicotine fix. Which means you better watch yourself. A delinquent smoking cigarettes. There's only one of those lame asses here. Enji Okata.
Yeah, and he just ran away from us.
Built up a reputation as a tough guy. All the way back in middle school, actually. Every delinquent around here knows who he is.
Oh, we can talk to her again?
Was there something else?
Maybe? Oh, we can ask her about that as well?
She's a name on the list in Four Eyes' file. Her name... it was Yakushiji. She's pretty dull, actually.
Megumi Yakushiji.
Was there something else?
Okay. Can we actually talk to Nenji, or did he run away?
Did you see that cute handkerchief? The one tied to the fence on the roof? I wonder whose it is.
You think it's some sort of sign to her lover?
Oh.
What? Let's go to the roof then, I guess. Maybe Nenji went there as well? I was gonna say, where the hell is she? Yo, what up, buddy?
Why are you here?
It's a public roof, ain't it?
I said, why are you here?
Just checking if my handkerchief was dry yet.
What?
The handkerchief was yours?
Yeah. So what?
I thought it was a girl's.
The fuck? So he just took, like, what? A handkerchief and put it, like, through a fence? How has it not been blown away? And why would you do that in the first place?
Are you trying to pick a fight with me?
Oh, not me. Never.
Let's see if he knows
There
something.
was a fire in the north building. I also heard that it was caused by a certain cigarette-smoking delinquent.
You trying to accuse me of something? First of all, I don't smoke. Second of all, the fire was in the girls' bathroom.
Ooh, interesting.
And rumor has it, it wasn't even really a fire.
What?
Something happened in the girls' bathroom of the north building.
But, wait, is that actually the same bathroom that Megumi shot, where Megumi shot, Iori? Would that have been the same bathroom? But would that cause anything?
Something happened in the girls' bathroom of the north building.
See, why is this still green? I think it's just sometimes a little bit buggy, unfortunately.
So about Minami.
What are you getting embarrassed for? You've called her that since you were kids, right?
Right. So, Nachan. You know she's gone missing?
Yeah. I do know. I suspect the black suits have something to do with that.
Why do you say that?
I saw Minami being chased by them one time.
You what? What the hell is going on? Damn, Four Eyes never mentioned that little detail.
I also heard rumors about some kid in middle school. I guess he's been looking for her too. Something fishy's going on. But it's
Kid in
getting
middle school?
complicated. I can't keep up.
You tell me. Is he talking about Okina?
Nachan's case. Shino no me. Do I have to ask her for help after all? I mean, she is pretty messed up too.
Have I answered enough of your questions yet? Get lost.
So this is Ogata's handkerchief.
Can we, like, why, what's this red thing for? Can we ask her about the bathroom, maybe?
I think it may be ill-advised to associate with hoodlums.
Hoodlums? The fuck? Let's go to the girls' bathroom.
Let's go to that girls' bathroom in the north building.
Wouldn't that be closed off if they're talking about there potentially have been, like, if there was a fire in there? Wouldn't it be closed off? Ooh, hello?
Holy shit.
The fuck happened here?
You seeing this? There's no way all this was from a fire.
Yeah, also, is there nobody outside, like, looking that no one else enters this place, or?
We are not allowed to be in here. Oh, we'll get in so much trouble if they find us.
Yeah, you sound way too cheerful.
What is wrong with you? It just feels like we're actual detectives now. Judging from this level of destruction, I deduce that the perpetrator was someone with an extreme hatred for girls' bathrooms.
You know, Watson, I think we need to work on that a little bit more. Okay, so it looks as if something actually exploded, doesn't it? But then again, also kind of not. Like, it doesn't look as if there was an explosion going on from one particular point. More like a lot of smaller ones. I know those glasses. Wait, the fuck are those glasses doing here? Let's look for the destroyed toilet first.
Not one burn mark in sight. Seems more like a bear went on a rampage.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, you know, strange to say the least.
I have constructed a criminal profile. Our suspect is a maintenance lady built like a bear. What do you think?
Yep, must be it. You're right on the nose there, Erika.
This isn't how I expected a crime scene to look. In mystery novels, the perpetrator's name is always written somewhere in blood.
True.
Yeah, when there's a dead body nearby. You really are strange. These scratch marks, they're carved pretty deep in there.
It really just honestly looks like some sort of animal attacked in here, right? Smash full. Aren't the glasses from Tomi Kisaragi though? But isn't she still? Didn't we just run past her? Wait, did we? Did we actually see Tomi Kisaragi anywhere? Or did something happen to her?
There's signs of damage all over the place. This can't have been the work of just one person. Someone's eyeglass frames. They're red. Probably belong to a girl.
Hasn't she seen Tomi Kisaragi yet? What the fuck is this about?
Any ideas? Who do you think these glasses belong to?
Well, the glasses are broken, so they won't be wearing them anymore.
Huh.
Do you remember anyone wearing a pair like that?
Now that I think about it, yeah, I do remember someone. Na-chan's friend in Class 1B. And a name on Four Eyes' list. Tomi Kisaragi.
What the fuck happened here, though?
I think I saw her in the Class 1 hallway just now. I gotta find her.
I was gonna say, she's still there though, right? Why would her broken glasses be here? Did another version of herself move to the wrong place in time, or what the fuck?
Whoever those glasses belong to knows something.
Oh, wait for me.
She was somewhere around here before.
Maybe she went back into her classroom?
Where could she have gone? She's got to be nearby. Not here either.
Was she looking for someone? Or something like that?
Please don't run off like that so suddenly. I can't keep up.
Where exactly would we try to look for her? If she's not in her class, then where the hell would she be? Unless I can talk to someone around about that? Well, there she is. I have one small suspicion, but I don't know how far-fetched that might be.
Oh, it's just that I think I forgot something.
What?
I'm gonna go get it now.
Huh? Well, that wasn't suspicious at all.
Hey.
Yeah? Yeah?
Let's ask her about the bathroom first, though.
You went to the girls' bathroom in the north building, that right? What happened there?
Oh, what's with all the questions anyways?
I know you were there.
Are you talking about what happened in the north building? I had nothing to do with it. Why would I go all the way there to use the bathroom anyways?
Well, who uses it then? Unless the north building itself is...
Are these your glasses?
Well, they actually...
What's this all about?
Go ahead. Take a closer look.
Well, they do look the same as mine. But you probably noticed. I'm wearing mine right now. So obviously they can't be mine.
Okay, so maybe I should actually mention my suspicion. The one thing that I was sort of reminded of here is that we saw her because she gets killed by Juro at one point in time. We saw an actual android version of her that had been built, right? I think coincidentally by the same guy that's now supposedly running the SIU. At least if I remember that correctly. So I wonder if maybe they did something to replace her with like an android version of herself? Though why would they do that? That doesn't really... But I mean, whether or not it has something to do with the android version of herself, clearly some other version of her was here, right? Maybe just herself from another timeline? Something like that? But,
Alright, listen up. These glasses were found on the floor of the bathroom. And you're the only one in this whole damn school that wears glasses as distinctive as these.
So you're blaming me? What could I possibly gain from setting a toilet on fire?
Fire? You're not messing with me, are you?
Actually...
What?
Yeah?
I saw her. The day of the incident. Usami-chan was in the North Building.
Miwako, what the hell?
But I really did see you there. I saw Natsuno-chan there too.
Wait, what?
Natsuno? Sawatari's statement.
I feel bad for making them wait for me. I should hurry up and get these to the art room. Oh, Natsuno-chan!
Miwako!
Aren't you supposed to be at training? Where are you off to in such a hurry?
Where isn't really the... Sorry, Miwako!
What was that about? Usami-chan?
The hell?
What happened to your leg? Did you hurt yourself?
What?
She ignored me?
The hell is going on?
Usami-chan?
You said the leg she was shot in by Iori? Not Iori, Megumi? But why would... Why would Megumi shooting her create such a mess in the bathroom? I mean, it didn't with the other with the other people she shot.
I've never even seen that place. Seriously, Miwako?
But
What's going on?
Yuri-chan! So, I was saying...
But that can't be right.
No, it's true! I really did see them!
That's the day we were waiting for you outside. And Usami-chan was with me the whole time. At the front gate, remember?
That's right!
So have like both of like Tomi's and Iori's memories have been altered, correct? But Miwako's have not?
So 2 Tomi Kisaragis. What the hell's going on? But what about Natchan? I mean... How did Natsuno Minami look?
She was in a hurry. She had her bag. Oh yeah! On my way back from delivering the copies, I saw another girl. But she was covered in dust. It was really
What?
weird. And now that I think about it, she was coming from where the bathroom was.
Who was it?
Well, she looked mild-mannered.
Megumi, huh?
And I know I've seen her face around here before.
No, wait.
I don't know which year or class.
Maybe Erika? Wait, what the hell happened here?
So 2 Tomi Kisaragi.
Oh, okay.
And... a girl covered in dust. What in the hell happened? In the girl's bathroom.
What the fuck indeed? Oh hey, we can follow up with Natsuno Minami now. Cool. Okay, so the reason I can't really make sense of all of this is because it feels like there are multiple sort of multiple things here that seem to clash with each other. Because I'm fairly certain that it was the same bathroom where Megumi shot Tomi, right? But Miwako was there too, or at least she was there shortly after. She saw both of them in the bathroom, and she saw that Tomi wasn't alright. Unless maybe something messed with that. Wait, that's another thing. Now that I think about it, didn't Fluffy at a couple of points in time actually alter a couple of people's memory? How's that work if Fluffy is a construct of Megumi's mind? Unless she can do that and just didn't realize it was her by herself? Or is that, like, does she perceive things wrong somehow? But even if that's correct, and Megumi shot Tomi in the bathroom, no matter what happened afterwards, like, how would that create such a destruction in the bathroom? I mean, what's the connection between one and the other? It doesn't really... And it also, so for a second I was thinking that maybe something went wrong and somehow Tomi Kisaragi maybe accidentally called like her Sentinel or something. But typically, I mean, they're not, it's not like the Sentinels are growing out of them, right? At one point where I think Juro, for example, was calling Sentinel, like they just sort of appear next to you. So it would have just appeared outside or on top of the bathroom, not within the bathroom, right? So it doesn't really make any sense that it would have been destroyed by like her accidentally calling her Sentinel or something. I don't think. So maybe another fight. I wonder if it can it be related to androids or something? Because again, the amount of destruction is what's so strange about it, right? That just kind of seems superhuman, as if maybe two androids fought with each other. But what the hell? And then, yeah, the second pair of glasses definitely hints at some time shenanigans going on again, right? Something where they potentially send another version of Tomi Kisaragi into that time for some reason. Or another version of her was like sent out of that time. It's just too strange, and it's also so separate from everything else that we've seen so far, right? It's like something as specific as that and destruction like that is so different from everything else that we've seen so far. Okay, let's see. Is there any kind of update that we got here? No. We can still continue with her story as well, though. But we would also be able to... Oh yeah, we can unlock this now. Before I do that, though... Yeah, let's play and continue her story as far as we can. The remains from the incident in the girls' bathroom pointed to Tomi Kisaragi as a possible suspect. However, a witness statement raised the possibility of there being two Kisaragis.
All right.
And it's such a weird thing, right? I mean, technically, she could also just have bought a new pair of the same glasses because she might have suspected that she accidentally lost her pair.
Mysteries about what happened in the girls' bathroom. But one thing's for damn sure. Nachan's definitely involved. Gotta look for more clues. Can't go wrong with apple juice. Me and Nachan used to drink it all the time when we were kids.
There you are. I've been looking for you.
Don't you have anything better to do?
Well, apparently not.
You are the Holmes. And I am the Watson. Erica Iba, at your service. Please, call me Erica. I will do my best to assist you in solving mysteries. How would you like to start?
But again, isn't this... So, this starts off as being the exact same scene again, right? She even repeats her dialogue.
Just been antsy without my cigarettes.
Yet, Yuki clearly remembers that she already investigated the girl's bathroom. So once again, is this something from the future or someone from the future sending her back in time until she finds the thing that she needs to find in the story? Such a weird setup.
Something happened in the girls' bathroom of the North Building. Maybe we should look around the girls' bathroom again.
Oh, didn't I tell you? They've started renovating. Even if we can get inside, there's nothing to see anymore.
Well, shit. That was fast. Right before the incident in the girls' bathroom, there was another Kisaragi chasing after Nachan. Kisaragi is also one of the names on that list. So that means Four Eyes wants me to watch her.
So, what should we do? Conduct interviews?
I honestly don't really know.
I love mystery novels. I've always wanted to be a detective too.
I'm not playing pretend, you know.
Yes, of course. I am merely your capable assistant.
Huh?
Well, at least I'll try to be. What should we look into first?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? What the hell can you even look into with an incident like this? I mean, I guess we could try and find people who potentially witnessed something, but... Because we already basically talked to a lot of people, right? I mean, it's not like they're suddenly going to tell us more until we find out more clues about this.
Have a minute? I got some things to ask you.
Do we?
What?
No, we can't really ask her anything new, though.
Interview. The word has such a nice ring.
Maybe Nachan's in here. Or not. Have a minute? I got some things. So,
Yes? I mean...
See, this is... It's so weird that this just repeats, right? Even though it's sort of a continuation of the previous scene? I don't know what to make of that, to be honest. Is there any point in us going back to the athletics building? Shit, maybe I should have looked into the flowchart to know where the branching off point is, because this is quite the long scene, to be honest. I mean, I don't necessarily think there's anything else we might be able to do here. Wait, did we... Oh no, that's Erica.
That damn Four Eyes. He says there's some spy agency. They may not be caught, but they're honestly... That damn... He says there's some... They may not... But they're... Shikishima, it's that company with all those... So they're making what? Something that the girl on the track... She said Nachan went into the locker room to get a box. And described it as some kind of UFO gadget.
I mean, let's just go back to the, oh, we can... Huh, we can head back to the roof? Oh, he's back here. Can we ask him more?
Oh, hell. You again?
Is your handkerchief dry yet?
You really come all the way up here just to make fun of me? I really ain't in the mood to deal with you today. Just leave me alone, will ya?
I wish we could talk to him more about certain things, because honestly, I think he might be a pretty good ally to investigate stuff like this. I guess let's check out the athletics building. I'm really not quite sure what the hell we're meant to do here. I mean, let's try and talk to these girls again and see if maybe there's something, nah, it doesn't seem like it.
Hello.
I thought that we could maybe ask them about the, or maybe we can? No. About the bathroom?
Hey.
Don't talk to me.
Can't ask him either. Do you think there are a couple more hints in the, track and field room now?
Nachan. Nothing I haven't already...
Yeah, no. Wait, can we actually? No. That's unfortunate. I thought we might be able to look at the flowchart while going through this, but apparently not. Well, there is nowhere else to go, though. What am I missing?
Can I? No, she was one. She's a name on the list. You're the one next to her. Her too. Tomi. Nachan. We went her, but we still kept. She's the. She was in the trap. What was?
What follows is an.
Man, I'm really... There isn't really anything else we could do, though. Or am I missing something really, really obvious?
Maybe.
just leads back to the roof. I mean, we only have the roof and the athletics building, right? There's nowhere else to go. Honestly, I'm kind of confused as to how the fuck we're supposed to continue the scene.
Oh, they've started. Even if we. Well, shit. It's been several days since me. She is, and she didn't. It seems.
Is there really nothing I might have overlooked? I'm really confused.
Have a minute. I got some. Now you've been any new. Oh.
Do we need to trigger something? Like, what? Maybe read through this again?
I have. He's in summer. An extra trip did not, or is it? She really.
Do we need these additional things as thoughts in order to ask somebody about it?
Who could an action? Tokisak, maybe not. Either way.
Aha! We can ask somebody about the shrine. Oh, can we ask her?
Yo, where's Tokisaka Shrine?
It's nearby, actually.
Okay, then let's go there. That was really weird, wasn't it? Like, that they suddenly hid, like, an additional clue behind something that we already read and should know about?
I should go check it out.
That's kind of
Take me
weird.
there, will ya? I'm gonna go grab my bag. I'll meet you at the front gate.
Because I just would have thought that obviously the things that we can still talk about with people, but we already knew that they would stay around, right? It's just kind of weird that they would, like, remove the ability to talk to somebody about that if ultimately that's what I was missing.
That
I
the
don't know.
girl on the track team mentioned. She said Nachan went into the locker room to get a box and described it as some kind of UFO gadget.
What the hell is she doing here anyways?
Shinonome.
And what's going on with her all the time? Why does she always look so down and, I don't know, hurt?
Yuki Takamiya. Weren't you told not to contact me?
Shinonome. There's something I need to speak to you about. So, before Natsuno Minami vanished, I heard she was being pursued by men in black suits. If that's true, you've got some serious explaining to do.
I've already told you. Natsuno Minami has to do with my investigation. But I can tell you one thing for certain. We didn't kidnap her. If we had, there'd be no need for this investigation in the first place.
That is true.
Are you giving me your word on that?
Get back to your assignment. Wait.
What now?
There was something you said before. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. You said you hid something for me.
Oh, right. You told me to hide it. You don't remember, do you? It was in the passageway to the old school building.
Wait a minute. Have we... Shinonome told her to hide something. Have we seen that scene?
The old school building? What happened there?
You were watching something. It was being shown through a projector. And you started crying.
A projector?
Yeah, and you were saying something about Four Eyes.
Mr. Ida. Oh, so sudden. My pills.
Shino no Me.
So, she... Her memories were altered as well.
Sorry to make you wait, Takamiya-san.
I just find it so strange that... Like, what if she stopped taking the pills? Wouldn't that just mean that she remembered? Like, isn't that incredibly risky? I mean, it kind of depends on why she's supposed to not remember this stuff. The projector she was talking about had to be BJ, right? Have we seen that scene? I guess we have. I don't really remember that in particular. Shinonome? What happened at the old building?
It wasn't too long after I transferred here.
I guess we didn't see that scene yet.
She was near the old school building.
Guess we're gonna see it now, I suspect.
I was thinking there were fewer people around here. So, this is the old school building. I heard it's gonna be demolished soon. No doubt it is old. It was built during the war. Seems like a shame, really. This place is so quiet. Would have been a perfect place to hang out.
It's quite the beautiful building as well, right? I always hate when stuff like this just gets demolished instead of being refurbished or something.
If I had been serious about my studies, I wonder if I could have gone into Sakura the normal way. Yeah, right. Huh?
My ID is now registered. I'm shutting off your AI function.
What?
Search for it. It's somewhere in your memory. Look for the information on me and Mr. Ida.
It was all a lie.
That's her older self?
From the future?
His love was nothing but empty words. Mr. Ida. He was using me right from the very start. I was such a fool. We are all that remains of humanity. And still we deceive each other. So filled with hate. I have had enough.
This can't be real.
Humanity has always been fated for ruin. Project Ark was a mistake.
Uh-huh.
But it is already in its second stage. I cannot stop it. All I can do is derail it. I have linked in parts of the terraforming project. The heavy machinery will then purge humans from all sectors. If everything goes according to plan, the final phase will be reset. And all sectors will fall into a never-ending loop. What remains will be a peaceful world. Finally free of humanity.
No, I couldn't have.
This place will be destroyed as well. The human race has reached its end. We have no need for a future.
What in the hell?
Okay, I need to sort that out. So, whew, those were a couple of revelations. Okay, so that was her future self from some future point in time. But she said something like humanity, like they're the last that remains of humanity. Why? Did something else happen that made her decide to use the kaiju for destroying humanity? So, well, it sounded as if she was sort of reprogramming their AI to, instead of doing what they were supposed to, which is deal with other planets and make them habitable and whatnot, they instead were programmed to demolish Earth, I guess, and bring about the end of humanity. Once again, so she talked about Project Arc, which I think probably refers to the mainframe and the UFO-looking thing underground, which I myself have even called Arc, because it seemed like that what it was. So that means I kind of wonder if there is some other event we don't know about yet that potentially threatened humanity, which was maybe why they built Project Arc. And then, I don't know, did that maybe lead to conflict because people couldn't decide on what to put into the Arc, or maybe everybody wanted to be on the Arc, but they couldn't make it like big enough for everybody to fit in there or something? And so humanity maybe sort of destroyed themselves, but why would she then retroactively send in the Daimos? Also, once again, she is referring to the different times as sectors, which I've sort of been going back and forth about. I was speculating at one point that the different points in time aren't actually different points in time, but rather different places that sort of reenact old timelines. So they're not actually traveling through time, they just sort of replicated certain eras somewhere. Why? No idea. But what about the loops that she was talking about? Like, why put things in a loop? And what loop exactly? Once again, a ton of possible revelations, yet no actual answers as to what might have happened, right? Really can't make that much sense of it. Oh boy, I'm getting kind of tired. I think I slept really poorly for some reason. I wonder if I should maybe like take a longer break and then insert like a very small evening stream or something today.
Hey. Wait a minute. You're the girl that was with Four Eyes. Shinonome, right?
It's impossible.
Are you okay?
Did I do it? Was it really me? I destroyed the world? No, I won't believe it. Mr. Ida would never deceive me.
What are you talking about?
There's no way. That isn't my future.
I also really wonder what BJ's part in all of this is. Like, BJ almost seems like somewhat of a normal technology compared to everything else, right? So,
Just
maybe that's...
breath. Okay? Come on, stand up. Who were you talking about? Was it Four Eyes?
If that's the future we're heading for, And what good are these?
Shit.
Wait, didn't we actually see another scene where somebody else found that empty pill bottle?
Medicine? Here. Don't you need these?
Why? Why are you trying to help me?
Well, I just...
Why help, though?
You're my senpai at the SIU, so... Oh, yeah. That thing is crazy. Is it a new kind of projector or something?
Why would she take the pills or continue taking the pills? Like, what are the pills exactly? They can't just be for memory modification, right? Why would you purposefully do that to yourself? Honestly, I don't know. Everything that the that video just said and told us about her, I almost kind of don't want to believe it. It's almost as if there is maybe some information that even her future self wasn't really aware of? Almost as if there's yet another layer sort of over what she just talked about, even though it seemed very sort of as if she was actually... That's what's kind of tripping me up here, because I feel like this was the first time we actually saw a person who really knew what's going on, really knew about what's going on. Yet at the same time, it almost felt too strange. I don't know.
Huh. So how do you work this thing? I want to see that video again. Huh? Hey! Are you alright?
Get that thing out of here. Please. Don't tell Mr. Ida. Don't tell anyone. Please.
Oh, I think we just found out how BJ got into the girls' locker room. Oh no, Nate, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Would Yuki remember? What? Maybe somebody else found it and put it in the, because if this was before, well, obviously, weird.
Can't believe you collapsed on me like that. Hey, whoa. You sure you're okay to get up? Here. It's your medicine.
What are those pills about?
Morimura made you take those pills too. It was the first thing she did when I carried you in here. Are you sure it's okay? To take so much of it, I mean.
I don't understand. Why did you have my medicine?
You threw the bottle on the ground, so I picked it up for you.
I threw it?
So she's already forgetting what happened?
Anyway, about that thing. Are you sure it was okay?
Huh?
But that's a thing. Like, how does this fit together? Why would she look at BJ's recording if she then takes pills to forget about it? How is that connected?
What?
The thing you told me to hide.
I said no such thing.
Are you trying to play games with me? You were babbling on and on about that damn Four Eyes. And crying. A lot.
What? Me? Don't lie to me.
What the hell is going on with this girl? It literally just happened. Shit, seriously? What are those for, anyways?
I can't think straight unless I take them.
I don't know, dude. It looks like bad news to me.
Oh. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Takamiya-san, please, just stay out of this.
Is something wrong?
No. It's just...
You don't look too well. Maybe some medicine would make you feel better.
I'm out of here.
Wait, we just did a scene that unlocks her story by herself? What? Huh? That's strange. Unless you can reach the same scene with somebody else, maybe? Yeah, what's up with this medicine? Like, I would understand, right? So first they made it seem as if, for example, Juro took the medicine that Morimura gave him, maybe under the assumption that it was doing something or that he needed it or whatever, but it's actually erasing his memories? What is Shinonome saying about it helps her think? Like, in a way, yes, right? Obviously, if you're plagued by really painful memories or something of the past, or in this case, future, then, taking something that makes you forget that might help you a lot. But at a point where you potentially already learned about the past that you were supposed to forget, or the future, why continue taking the medicine? I don't really... Unless it's also addicting and you just can't stop, that might be another thing. Man, I really can't make sense of a bunch of this stuff. Ryuko Shinonome, 2188. Interestingly enough, this is definitely not the same person that I saw Keitaro Miura talk to. In footage from 2188, Ryuko Shinonome is brokenhearted after realizing that Tetsuya Ida has been using her from the very beginning. She loses all hope for humanity and alters Project Arc so that the heavy machinery will purge humans from all sectors. Her goal was to trigger a reset every time the project reaches its final process, causing all sectors to fall into a never-ending loop. How exactly does that work, though? Trigger a reset every time the project reaches its final process. So, what? If Project Arc is connected to Aegis, every time Aegis gets activated, it's also automatically entering the loop. We still don't know what these sectors really are, right? Are they just a description of different timelines, or are they actually physically distinct places? What's the final process? And then, I mean, the thing that there is a loop, that was established fairly early on, right? Just that at the start, I thought that something like somehow these kaiju attacked and then they went back in time so that they would be able to face the oncoming threat better the next time. But now I don't think that's what's actually happening. Somehow she made it so that they always enter a loop, but we haven't seen Tetsuya Ida in the year 2188 though yet, right? The most futuristic version, if you will, that we've seen of him is in 2100, I think. And it looked like he was developing an android based on Tomi Kisaragi, if that was him, if I remember that correctly. Oh boy, this is really getting complicated, but sadly I do feel like I might have slept, I don't know, not well, or maybe it's just the weather as well. It's just really, it's not even that hot, it's just very humid, I think. Either way, I'm really getting tired, and I don't want to be tired because this game is really, really good. So, I do want to continue Elden Ring tomorrow. Maybe we'll see. Obviously, I'm going to play this game over the next week as well. Maybe I can take a little bit of a longer break and then come back for 2-3 hours this evening to continue. Otherwise, I'll definitely be back with Elden Ring tomorrow and then continue 13 Sentinels possibly on Tuesday. We'll see about that. Man, this is really... I really want to continue, but I'm really tired, unfortunately. Let me just see... Okay, so we can still continue with her since we have 3 mystery files unlocked. Interesting. So we can still further continue the story, which is really interesting considering that once again it's been quite a while since we were in the destruction mode. Okay, well, let's save the game and then continue with this next time. I'm really intrigued by this, and it finally seems as if we're at a point where we might find out more actual info about that possible future in 2188 and what happened and why. So yeah, that's gonna be it for now. Okay, right. Let me just data's been saved. Let's just go back to the title screen to finish up the game. Yeah, this is. Man, I really want to know where this leads, because the one thing that I'm most intrigued about actually is that I feel like we sort of have a grasp on what's been happening, right, and what the actual reason now is behind why this all potentially happened and went to shit, basically, in this world. But we kind of always knew that, right? I mean, one thing that I would say is quite obvious is that the robots are clearly no alien invasion, but are human-made, right? That's very easy to understand, I think, pretty much from the very beginning. And once you know that, the only really logical conclusion is that humans something up big time, as they always do, and that's why they came in and destroyed the world. Or did that multiple times. But what's way more intriguing to me is that it feels like there are so many more things going on, right? So many more plot lines and interesting stuff. Even just a couple of hints that have been put in here and there. And I just want to now know how they all connect, right? Especially every time we get a scene that very clearly is placed either before or after another scene that we had like ages ago. That's always really, really interesting when you suddenly realize, oh, that's how that happened, right? That's why this thing X got put here or there or whatever, right? It's just really, really incredibly interesting. And so, yeah. Definitely want to continue with it. But, as I said, I do need to just take a little bit of a break. But I'll definitely be back tomorrow. So until then, have a good one. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.